3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of February 6th. As I call this meeting to order, before we go to the National Anthem, I will ask if I could have Councillor read the motion as in the e-scribe, and I recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that whereas Section 10 of Schedule C of the Procedure Bylaw enables Council to consider requests for exceptions to the procedures contained within Schedule C, it is hereby moved that Section 2C of Schedule C of the Procedure Bylaw is temporarily suspended for the entirety of this meeting. That might be the most motion-y motion I've ever made.
Absolutely. I agree. So thank you for that. That motion is in order. I will call the question on that motion, which enables us to be able to have Council, the majority of Council, participate while virtual. Please vote.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
Okay. Councillor Bressie?
In favor.
Ms. Hanson, are we missing anyone else?
Kevin O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Toole in favor. Perfect. There we go. That carries unanimously. Moving on to, as our regular schedule, I will now ask you to rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to the National Film Board for the images of our country and to our very own Tennille Town for the singing of our national anthem. Moving on to the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes. I will recognize Councillor Bosch, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move the Council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held January 23rd, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote.
O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
O'Connor in favor.
Councillor O'Connor in favor. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the next item of business, the adoption of today's agenda. I will recognize Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council adopt the agenda as presented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Connor in favor. O'Connor in favor.
O'Connor in favor and O'Toole in favor, and that carries unanimously. Moving on to today's delegation portion of the meeting, both of the groups that let us know ahead of time that they were coming today. For those of you who may be watching, we have two delegation portions in our council meetings at the 3 p.m. following our break at approximately 6 p.m. First delegation that let us know today, the Salvation Army. And I'm just, excuse me one second here, Mr. Kim, just getting a few documents open. But as you get settled in, come on up to the table in the chambers. And as with all delegations, about 5 minutes, and then there will be an opportunity for council to ask you questions. Following that, as you're aware, all delegation business is done with at the end of this portion of the meeting. The evening delegations we deal at the end of that meeting. So, Mr. Kim, please feel free to start, but if you could just introduce yourself once you're settled in for those who may be watching online, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My name is Peter Kim. I'm Captain Peter Kim from the Salvation Army, and I'm the Executive Director for the Food Bank, Community Kitchen, our Emergency Disaster Services, and our Pathway of Hope, as well as the pastor for the Salvation Army Community Church. So I wear a lot of hats. So I just want to thank you, first off, for allowing me to be here. In our last time we've had this conversation, at the end of last year, we were able to come to you, presenting you with the needs in our community for food insecurity and how the council had voted on whether to add $200,000 to the relief funds to help with the food insecurity happening in the Salvation Army and our community kitchen and our food bank. And I know that that went to a vote for the 2023 budget year. And so we're grateful that we've heard that it has passed. And just want to present to you today that those numbers are still pretty high, and we are in need still. We've had 2,682 new individuals in 2022 access the food bank. We went from a 43,000 meals at our, 43,838 meals in our community kitchen to a staggering 89,000 plus meals to meet the needs of our community. So with this with this funding, we will be able to continue to help feed those who are hungry in our community. We will be able to continue to provide services, including the weekend feeding at our community kitchen, which is one of the areas that the council was concerned with and want to ensure that we have funding from the Friendship Centers of Canada for January to March, and that the other 100,000 from the city will help continue that feeding from April to March of next year, which is our fiscal year. So thank you, and that's really going to help with one extra meal a day for Saturday and Sunday to provide for the operations, cooking, and the food to ensure that people have a meal over the weekend for the rest of the year until the 2024 of March. We're also grateful that we can use the food bank money to continue to buy gift cards for our food program, as we have over 10,000, well, it's 10,461 individuals who are accessing the food bank last year. And the challenge this has put on us is that many of these new households and new individuals are now coming back again. It's not a one-time emergency hamper anymore. They are coming back regularly. And as of January, we're seeing duplication of services. So people are coming back again. And so we're hoping that we would be able to continue to meet that need. Our concern is that those new families and individuals, the majority of them, 89%, are showing up as children who have families. We're concerned that they will become our base of donations going forward, of families who are accessing the food bank. So I just want to update you on our current situation and let you know that we are truly grateful for the awarding of that, and just wanted to say thank you, and that we would be in line to make sure that we have the weekend feeding and more gift cards for this upcoming 2023 year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Camp. I appreciate your presentation. I will now open it up to council for questions of the delegation. I'm going to recognize Councillor Blackmore first.
So thank you so much for coming in today and seeing me and everyone else online. One of the reasons that we were questioning the events over the last few months is that we know that you did get a significant donation from corporate Grande Prairie, and the amount coming from the province was not really expected. It was, I'm sure, gratefully received, but we need to make sure that the money that we set aside for you in the budget is meeting a very deep need, and I think that you're assuring me it has. What would happen if we did not give you half of that money?
So, regarding the kettle fundraising campaign that we typically do, the request that I came to council with at the time last year was prior to our kettle campaign, and we were able to raise significant funds during our kettle campaign. Our goal was set at 600,000, and we had achieved $757,000 plus dollars, and so we're grateful to the community for that. We received an unexpected donation from Ken Sargent GMC, so that was $150,000, which we typically do not get that large of a donation. But at the same time, in speaking about our capacity to continue to feed at this level of need, we are finding that we cannot maintain at this level of feeding the population, because typically we would be feeding somewhere around the 5 to 7% of the population, and when it jumps up to 12 and then to 20%, that's when we have big concern. This is a crisis that we're in, and if those families keep coming back to us for need, then our base from that 5 to 7% will then increase, and we're going to have to find a solution to be able to meet those needs. So this 100,000 for the food bank side will definitely meet that need, especially coming up into the 2023 this year, because we hear rumors of recession, and more families are actually still accessing our services that we have never seen before. So that's the reason why we would appreciate it. But if we don't get it, we will do our very best to be able to meet the needs, whether it is a combination of using gift cards and hampers or reducing the amount that we give, but we don't really want to do that, because when we think about the value of the donation that we've given in the past for Christmas, past years before the inflation costs have risen, the food costs have risen, $100 gift card would value at $100. We gave a $100 gift card last year for Christmas. I'm guessing it's maybe $60 worth of value. So we still need to meet that need somehow. We know that the government gave a stimulus package of, I think, $20 million for food banks in Alberta. We only received 40,000 of that. So with that, we're still able to buy the food that we didn't get through our donations, because again, physical donations were down last year as well in terms of our food bank drive. Typically we do 45 to 50 tons of food, and we only receive 35 tons of food. So the actual physical food in our food bank is less than what we typically get year to year. And that's just because we also had 2 years of COVID, and that's when we went to a virtual food drive and didn't have any food, so we had to go to a gift card program.
If I could just add one more question, sure. Mayor Clayton.
Yeah.
When people come to the food bank to access your services, do you track if there's people from Grande Prairie or people from the surrounding area? And if you do track it, can you tell me what that breakdown looks like in usage?
Definitely. When a person comes to the food bank, we have a process for our intake, and what we do is we ask for proof of ID, proof of residence that they are from Grande Prairie, and a 3-month bank statement. This way, we're able to determine need as well. So if their income and their expenses, and we look at that and there is no more room for food, we are there to help and provide that. So we have a very stringent process that we make sure that anyone who comes to us isn't from another outside region, which may have their own food bank. And this way, we're able to separate from regional food banks and the local Grande Prairie food bank. Does that answer your question? Yes.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Kim, for coming again to speak to us on this. I may have missed it, so excuse me if I did, but what did you say the percentage is currently in Grande Prairie's need?
So we had in 2022 10,461 unique individuals who had accessed the services of our food bank. And then it's harder to tell the number specifically to our community kitchen because we base it on the number of meals. So one individual could come in for 3 meals a day for 5 days a week, which we currently have Monday to Friday. So it's harder for us to determine the exact number of the people who are accessing our community kitchen, but we can tell you that we went from 43,000 to 89,000 meals, which is double. More than
Right. Okay. I'm talking more about the food bank. You had said, you know, somewhere from 5% to 7%. And
Yes.
I think the last time you came, I remember somewhere about between 9 and 10%. But you alluded to a 20%. So I'm curious where that number has come from. And is that actually Grande Prairie's numbers? Or I'm curious about the percentage that you've given in the past to where we are now.
Yeah, so the numbers in the past of the 20%, it was actually 19 point something 8 or something like that, rounded up. And so that was in 2021 when we did our stats, and we saw that there was 12,777 unique individuals who would access our food bank. And when we calculated the number of households, including the children, and 48% – 43% was children under the age of 18 in that group. So that worked out to about 5,777 children who accessed the food bank based on the household numbers. And this year, we have a breakdown. Excuse me. And I apologize. I normally have this on a PowerPoint, but I had to get the paperwork, the raw data, so I have to look through that a little bit more.
That's okay. We're not working normal either, so we're all good.
That's okay. I haven't compiled it to exactly specific, but what we do have is 3,694 households who have access to services more than once. So what that really means to us is that it's not just the number of people who are coming, because we did have a spike of people coming for their first time hamper, which we've never seen. The issue now is that those same people who've come for a one-time food hamper have now come for a second one and a third one. And so we are now in that situation where we're unfortunately going to be increasing that base. And what I meant by the 5 to 7%, typically we have somewhere around 3,000 hampers, 2,000, 3,000 hampers that we give out during the year. and we gave out almost 6,000 something hampers last year, not last year, the year before. So now we're looking at 3,694 hampers, which is way more than what we're typically doing.
Okay.
I haven't done the math based on. I haven't done the math based on the population. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a second question, if I may.
Yes.
Sure.
There is a waiting period, if I remember correctly, Mr. Kim, from when people can get a hamper to the next time they can get a hamper. Can you just remind me
Yes.
what that period is?
Sure. What that is usually a 1 month waiting period from their first hamper to their next hamper. But in Christmas time, we do have a cutoff date so that we can accommodate for the increased number of families who come to us during the Christmas time, because they're not only receiving a food hamper, but they are also receiving a gift card for toys or toys themselves. So that also increases the number of hampers that we have to give out during December. But typically it's 1 month. But we're in January, and we've seen some of those families who've come for typically just a Christmas hamper to tie them over for the Christmas time, now coming in again in January, which we don't usually typically see for those who come for a Christmas hamper.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Councillor Plott, did you still have a question, or you're good? Okay, perfect. So thank you for that, for coming today again, Mr. Kim. And as mentioned, delegation business is dealt with at the end of our meeting. So I really appreciate you coming in, and you're more than welcome to stay in the chambers, listen to the discussion, or someone from administration will follow up with you after council deals with business arising.
Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for considering the needs of your community as part of your strategic priorities, of course. And food security, though it's not on your list, it is part of your strategy. So thank you for taking care of our seniors, our vulnerable, and keeping our families safe.
Great, thanks, Mr. Kim. So the second group that let us know, or individual let us know under delegations, is Jen England. And I'm not aware if Ms. England is in the chambers. I don't see anybody named that online, so I'll assume you're in the chambers. If you are, I'll just give you a couple of minutes to get set up. And then as with Mr. Kim, please introduce yourself for those who may be watching online, and then take 5 minutes to speak to council, and following that, council may have questions for you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, all council members, staff, everybody here. I really appreciate it. I have a presentation. Is it ready to go? So I'm here today talking about the Great Canadian Playwright Showcase. My name is Jen England, and I'm the producer of this event. And I'm going to quickly run through as fast as I can all the points that are on the next slide. And I have to admit, my apologies, this is probably 2 presentations packed into one. It's going to be a lot, and I'll answer your questions when I'm done. So next slide, please. The theme for this theater conference is 1910 Trading Post. This networking conference puts emerging and mid-career playwrights, directors, designers, performers, and crew at the table with established ones from professional, amateur, and institutional theater settings. It's a one-stop talent shop for producers, artistic directors, agents, and publishers at commercial, community, and fringe theaters, with an array of specialties and market sizes that range from small spaces to Broadway-sized companies and productions. The basic format are showcases, which are open to the public, and they include live performances, which are the best 10-minute scenes of each play. The extension event is called the Grande Prairie Stake It to Take It Treasure Hunt. This is a county-wide activity that puts new customers and visitors in GP area shops, bars, restaurants, attractions, and other establishments while raising money for charity. It's open to delegates and the public. Local business makes the great decision to participate in the Grande Prairie Take It treasure hunt. They boost awareness and sales, help raise money for charity, and have some fun at work. Delegates and locals get excited. They get to collect the stakes at participating businesses, as many as they like. Each numbered stake is a chance to win a prize at the grab bag draw. The business team has an amazing idea to get people to come into their business to get a stake. The locals and visitors having, oh, sorry, I wasn't finished there. The locals and visitors having a good time are happy to leave a few coins in the jar before they go. Tallies of the amounts collected are posted in real time for both transparency and entertainment. In addition to the stakes being valid for the entry in the grab bag draw, they can also be placed on one of the nominated charities. The charities with the most numbered stakes placed on them by players wins this year's treasure hunt whole pot. This activity has a very long shelf life. It has follow-up coverage with the charity winner, the grab bag winners, and the popular votes for business. Players remember good times, and now your business is always on their minds. Whenever they need what you've got, they'll be thinking of you. The only thing businesses and attractions have to do to participate is claim their free promo kit. It includes window clingy and other non-permanent displays, a complete set of branded social media posts and poster designs, a free brand kit for each business, which has a $100 value, invitations to exclusive Q&A video conferences, and invitations to private TGCPS events and parties. And all this for nothing more than the donation of one item of any value for the grab bag draw. More information is available at tgcps.ca/local-biz. I'd like to talk about the economic impact of this conference now. Each delegate spends an average of $250 a day over 4 days. We can skip through a little bit quicker, sorry. Making a total of $1,000 each day. 100 delegates is obviously $100,000. To that, we're going to add less than 5% of Grande Prairie's population, which is 3,000 out of over 60,000 people, who spend an extra $50 in addition to their regular spending with enthusiasm for the treasure hunt, with a total of another $150,000. Altogether, that is $250,000 for GP businesses and attractions in 1 week. Here's some TGPS news. We've got the biggest names in Canadian theatre on the bill. Our headliners are Kelly Robinson, who is the Director of Creative Development at Mirvish Productions. Anyone here not familiar with Mirvish Productions? They are literally the Canadian version of Broadway. They own several theatres and also produce numerous shows in association with other theatres. They are, without question, Canada's biggest producer. Keith Barker is the Director of New Play Development at Stratford Festival, and of course that is the pinnacle for anyone in the theater in this country. TGPS has its own official tartan designed by Canada's vice-regal tartan designer, Dr. Carol A. Martin, and if that means that Dr. Carol Martin designed the tartan for the Office of the Governor-General of Canada. TGCPS has lots of products and merchandise available, and we are always adding new items to the catalog. The Lupper Awards, named after the meal these awards are presented at on the last day of TGCPS, the Lupper Awards recognize contemporary talent in the Canadian theatre community. Designed by one of our own jewelers in Grande Prairie, this design includes silver and amylite, one of the world's rarest gems that is found only in Alberta. Categories are Best Showcaser, Lifetime Achievement Award in Playwriting, Most Promising Playwright, Best Director, Best Performer, Innovation and Excellence, Courage and Excellence, Best Scene, and Best Song. I'm here today to ask you, for one, some moral support. A letter of support from the City of Grande Prairie for TGCPS would be enormously appreciated. I'd also like to ask you to please put forward the names of 3 local charities for consideration as nominees for the treasure hunt whole pot. Of all the names put forward by GP administrations, a maximum of 6 charities will be selected as nominees for this year's treasure hunt fundraiser. 3 charity nominations. I'd like to have those by March 17th, if that's possible. Additional moral support, inclusion of TGCPS updates in town newsletters, social media, posts, etc., tables, chairs, garbage cans, panic barriers, that kind of thing. And if anyone can provide introductions to potential sponsors and partners, that would also be greatly appreciated. And I'd like to introduce you to the sponsorship opportunities. Gift basket sponsors. Most promising playwright jury sponsors are companies or organizations that provide gift basket items for the jury members of this competition. Gift basket sponsorship is an excellent promotional tool because it efficiently spotlights a business, attraction, or organization in an effective and economic way. In exchange for a number of items which are listed on the board here, there's a number of logo placements and also expo space available at TGPS for those sponsors. Media sponsors are newspapers, magazines, websites, televisions, radio stations, and PR companies that support TGPS and its extension events by means of communication prior, during, and after the event, helping spread TGCPS conference and extension event news. There's logo placement is indicated on the board there. Space sponsors provided equipment and staff spaces for showcases, seminars, workshops, meals, and parties. And cash sponsors, 250. I have 2 sponsorship spots, 3 for 150 and 9 for 50. They all include logo placement and some extras, invitations to the parties and the awards ceremony, as well as some tokens. We move up the scale: best scene, best song, and innovation and excellence, encourage and excellence. These award sponsors get their names on the award and present the award at the award ceremony, in addition to all the logo placement that's listed here, in addition to a copy of the yearbook and extra invitations and tokens. And we have the categories for best director, best performer, lifetime achievement, and most promising playwright. Again, logo placement is listed in the middle. Again, the sponsor has their name on the award and presents the award along with a quarter page or a half page in the programs, listings, and yearbook. And the main award sponsor for best showcaser gets all of that, of course, and a full page in the program listings and the yearbook. By sponsoring TGCPS, you will reach a nationwide audience of cultural influencers. Drawing people from across the nation, TGCPS joins you in collaborating in celebrating the natural resources here and our way of life. As a sponsor, you will demonstrate and highlight your team's leadership and support within the arts community. In exchange for sponsorship, TGCPS offers important core elements. Thank you. I'd like to talk about the food, beverages, and tokens now.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, but part of our process is that each delegation gets about 5 minutes. So
my apologies.
if you could sort of tighten up your time, and that would be appreciated.
You want me to finish now?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay, I'll wrap up right here, and anybody who wants to look at the end of the presentation is welcome to do so. And I'm happy to take questions.
Mayor Clayton, you're muted.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Berg.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've got a few questions. While you were doing your presentation, I did check out your Facebook page, and I see you've got the county logo, Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, Wembley. Outside of moral support, is there any ask for the city of Grande Prairie?
Are there, you mean economic asks?
Yes.
Yes, there are. They're in that presentation. The way I've organized it is a sponsorship. So the city of Grande Prairie can sponsor one of the prizes. Also, in addition, I have to admit, I'm very ignorant as to the grants that the city offers and the procedures to go through with that. So if that's a better channel to go through, I am happy to go there. I would appreciate some assistance.
Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that, I'm sure, with our administration later. You didn't mention a venue in Grande Prairie. Where are you doing this event?
The venues will be multiple. They're not confirmed yet. I'm still working on that. Still, I've got those rocks in the box that I'm shaking around. The showcases will be at different locations across the county. I just came from a meeting this morning with Sexsmith, as a matter of fact. And the other events will be taking place, especially the evening events, in Grande Prairie because the main hotel is in Grande Prairie.
Okay, and then Mayor Clayton, if I can ask one more, can you tell me again what TGCPS stands for?
The Great Canadian Playwright Showcase.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Councillor Burke. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm curious, you seem that like you are pretty prepared for this for our region. Have you done this in other regions in the past?
I lived in Spain for 25 years. I had a concert promotion company there. My team produced 300 shows a year.
Okay, so outside of this region, you haven't done it in Alberta, outside of...
Nothing in Canada. I've only been back in the country since 2018.
Okay. And what are you looking at in regards to your projected amount of public coming to check out these, whether it's a theater show or I'm assuming you have some comedy, you have a little bit of everything, right?
I don't know yet, to be honest with you. Of course, it all depends on what's submitted. But yes, there surely will be a wide variety of genres and types of entertainment. When I put together the showcases, they will be organized in some sort of coherent fashion so that people who are looking for family entertainment can go to one that they know is going to be all family entertainment or something else.
Okay,
Again,
so because you don't know who is going to apply, you can't really give a time, whether it's an hour or 15 minutes or a 3-hour production or how many productions, correct?
The number of productions, I don't know how many there are going to be, although there are some guidelines. The showcases themselves are 10 minutes long. So it's not the full production. So I do know the timings for each one of the performances. There'll be 4 performances an hour, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon for 3 days.
At 10 minutes each.
Yeah, they get a block of 15 minutes because you have to get on the stage and introduce the piece that they're going to be presenting. So it's a block of 15 minutes for each one, but the performance is strictly 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to check if there's any questions in the chamber. Just give me a quick no, Ms. Blackmore, Councillor Blackmore, if you don't have one. And if not, then I will go to Councillor Berg.
There's no questions here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Councillor
Mayor.
Berg.
Yeah, it's actually a follow-up to one of my other questions. I just wanted to let Councillor Bosch get in the queue. With the county Sexsmith for their sponsorships, can you tell me roughly what they've invested to be part of your event?
We're still negotiating, but it looks like we're going to get some nice spaces. They're going to set up a bit of a market for us at the end of the showcases for the delegates to enjoy and hopefully spend some of their money. And as far as money. We haven't got that far yet.
Okay. So you would be open to some gift in kind
Absolutely.
as well?
It's at the end of my presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I just wanted to thank you for coming in today. Truly appreciate it. And as I mentioned for the previous delegation, our delegation business is done towards the end of this meeting. So you're more than welcome to stick around in the chambers, listen to the discussion, or someone from administration will follow up with you if you chose to leave.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much. Moving on in our agenda to item 6 under reports, item 6.1, we have information in your eScribe Council. In our organizational meeting, we had a little bit of a small miss that we forgot to identify intermunicipal development planning committee members. So the motion is there in the package, and I would just, for continuity, they will be the same members that are currently on the intermunicipal collaboration committee. So I will recognize Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that Council appoint Mayor Clayton, Councillors Bressy and Palat to the Intermunicipal Development Planning Committee.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. See if there's any comments or questions on that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 7 under committee business, 7.1 being our Operational Services Committee meeting. And I will look, just give me 1 second while I get that open. Look to Councillor Bosch, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Okay, let's see if I can pull this off online. I move that Council adopt the minutes of the Operational Services Committee meeting held January 31st, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with questions or concerns, I will call the question. Please vote. And Ms. Hanson, if somebody's not registering, just let me know. There we go. That carried unanimously. Councillor Bosch, any highlights from your meeting?
Okay, well, it was pretty quiet. I think we're just getting ready for the upcoming spring season. So Chief Operating Officer Mr. Glavin presented committee that the RFP for the solar project on Design Work Center was posted that week. They're also looking into storm drainage and slope rehabilitation for the upcoming year. We know that our storms are not, predictable anymore. So we have to make sure that, storm sewer flow is top priority. Flood mitigation, again, same thing is underway, making sure that catch basins and manholes are clear. They are working on road issues at 108th Street and 84th Avenue. There's a couple of potholes there. One bigger than the other, of course. That is a warranty issue that they're going to look after, and through the contractor, of course. And then in parks, winter maintenance and trying to keep the rinks going. I'm not sure with this warm weather how that's gonna go, but I'm sure it'll get cold again. It's only February, so that's all I have to report.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Councillor Bosch. Moving on to the Strategy and Communications Services Committee. That meeting was also held on January 31st, and I'll look to Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like Council to adopt the minutes of the Strategy and Communication Services Committee meeting held January 31st, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with questions or looking for debate, I will call the question on that motion. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Berg?
Yes, I'm just going to pull a little closer here. Chief of Staff McEachern gave us an update on executive services and strategy. Admin is compiling information from the Council's strategic retreat and developing a mechanism to monitor and report on strategic progress across the organization, updating a number of bylaws as we go through, as we always seem to need to keep on top. Corporate communications in collaboration with transit, new streamlined application is being developed for accessible transit. Intergovernmental affairs, administration is planning an evening with Grande Prairie event at the Alberta Legislature to coincide with the upcoming provincial budget. Corporate marketing, initial brand strategy kickoff meeting was held last week. And human resources, 2 practicum students from Northwestern Polytechnic will work from now till mid-April for school credits. And that is my report.
Thanks so much, Councillor Berg. Moving on to item 7.3, the Financial Administrative Services Committee meeting of January 31st. And I'll look to Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting held January 31st, 2023 as presented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That motion, Councillor Bosch, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'm going to have to recuse myself for the upcoming business.
But not for the vote on receiving the minutes.
No, I thought I was just a little bit early, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So I'll call the question on that motion. Please vote. And then once this comes up, I'll give it a second to register. That carries unanimously. Now, Councillor Bosch, go for it.
Okay. I will recuse myself for the first order of business, the 2023 Business Improvement Tax for the Downtown Association.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So Councillor Bosch has declared a conflict, and I will go to Councillor Blackmore for introduction.
Yes, every year, City Council, by a motion in Council, sets the business tax for the downtown area. So that's what we're going to do right now. I would move that Council review and approve the 2023 Business Improvement Area budget in Council chambers on this date at 3 p.m. as presented, and direct administration to notify the businesses within the BIA of the above date by letter, accompanied by a copy of the proposed 2023 Business Improvement Area budget.
All right. Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Any comments or questions on that motion?
Just Mayor Clayton.
Go for it.
Mayor Clayton, just to the motion, just for a clarification, it is for March the 6th, 2023 at 3 p.m.
Okay, perfect. So as in your package, and just to clarify that, this is to receive the budget in the chambers on March 6th. So it's giving 1 month's notice. And so I'll just ask again if there's any comments or questions on that motion. And thank you for that clarification. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. And we'll give a moment for Councillor Bosch to get back into the meeting. And when you're back with us, Councillor Bosch, if you wouldn't mind lowering your hand. Give it a minute. Maybe she's... There we go. All right.
I'm back.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And Councillor Bosch, you wouldn't just mind lowering your hand. Thank you for that. And Councillor Blackmore, highlights from your meeting, please.
Yes, some of the business that was looked after in that meeting is assessment and taxation letters went out in the middle of January indicating new monthly payments for property owners who pay their taxes monthly. There are 10,590 accounts that pay monthly, which equates to approximately 43% of the city's tax base. So those assessment notices were out, and you should have them in your mailbox. I've certainly received mine by now. And in finance, administration is working at closing out the operating year of 2022, and the budget is scheduled to begin at the end of February. Statements from that that audit will be presented to council in mid-April. And that was pretty much the highlights for our meeting. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. Moving on to item 7.4. The InvestGP meeting the InvestGP committee meeting also held on January 31st. And Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just make a motion that council adopt the meeting minutes of the InvestGP committee meeting held January 31st.
Perfect. Thanks so much. That motion is in order. I will just to see if there's any comments or questions on that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Highlights from your meeting, please, Councillor Palat.
Yeah, it was nice. We had Jeff Harrop, our new Chief Investment Officer, for the first time, got to speak on the updates for the director's level, so welcome aboard to him. We had 9 new businesses open in a 2-week period of January, which is encouraging. 4 were home-based, 5 were in commercial operations. We did have another economic recovery and a training grant approved as well. Our council, as well as the Edmonton International Airport Board and some of their senior administration, had a chance to meet, talk regional air service, so that was nice as well. Ms. Pinnock came and talked about how great the rural renewal stream is going for our city. Just a great opportunity for small businesses that haven't looked into that. Contact our economic development. You can check it out on our site, but it was nice to get another update from her as well. That's our report.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Moving on to item 7.5, the Protective and Public Services Committee meeting held January 31st. And I'll turn that over to Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held January 31st, 2023, as presented.
That motion is in order. I'm just going to get back to my Zoom. There we go. Seeing no one in the queue with questions or debate, I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. And Councillor Bressie, you have a few items of business. So if you wanted to go to the first item.
Thank you. I'd move that council approve the $1,500 bid fee for the 2024 National Aboriginal Hockey Championship to be funded from the Arctic Winter Game Legacy Fund. Direct administration to submit a letter of intent to bid, and direct administration to complete the bid submission form so it's the 2024 National Aboriginal Hockey Championship. And just speak to this, we're a community that's putting a lot of emphasis on sport tourism right now because we love welcoming people to Grande Prairie to compete and see how great our community is. This is a great opportunity for us to show ourselves off on a national stage and also to really encourage local Aboriginal youth as they get to compete with peers from across the country. It is the same year as the Alberta Winter Games, which we'll be hosting, but administration assured committee that it's well within the capacity of our organization and community to also deliver this event with excellence. So I hope the council will support it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Seeing no one in the queue, I just encourage council to support this. I think it's, as Councillor Bressie mentioned, a great opportunity. It, as in the presentation to council from administration, it aligns with our desire to meet potential municipal truth and reconciliation items, and as well, it's a really great opportunity to highlight our community. So I don't see anyone else. I will call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie, the second item of business.
Thank you. I would move that the council adopt the city event strategy as presented. And maybe I'll stop there, Mayor Clayton, because we had significant discussion about the next thing at committee.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So we'll split sort of the items out, opportunity for discussion or debate on adopting the event strategy as presented. Seeing no one in the queue for that, I'll call the question on the first item of business. Please vote. and that carries unanimously. Let me just give a minute for eScribe to load here.
There it is.
There we go, Councillor Bressie.
I'd move that Council approve the amendment of the parade float fee for nonprofit organizations from $10 per float, GST applicable, to free, and direct administration to prepare amendments to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw to reflect this change. And just to note, there was a motion at committee to also recommend a $100 fee for profit floats, but that's what our bylaw already says, and so that's why that's not appearing in a motion right here. So if that is Council's will to keep that at $100, we don't have to take any action to do that.
So yeah, just to clarify that, so everyone's on the same page, the motion as you see in your package will change the non-profit float to $10, and we'll keep the for-profit float at $100. If there's anybody looking to amend or discuss or debate this, let's do that now. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not so sure the fees are necessary as long as what I would like to see is that the floats are 75% and above decorated for the event. That's where I struggle with. I have no trouble with people wanting to participate, and I don't feel that we need to charge for that. But what I do want to see is effort in the parade float participation as far as decoration and, you know, what the themes are. And I do know that is in our acknowledgement, but that is where the concern is for me. I think public participation shouldn't have to cost anything, because it costs to buy candy, it costs to potentially pay for staff to participate. There's always a cost in equipment, for instance, that is in the parade floats, that the downtime on that. So I do think people pay enough already as per the $100, even the not-for-profits. I don't see that as being something that we need to do as a council. I think we just need community participation and productivity as far as floats are.
Right. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Are we debating the nonprofit or the commercial, or just kind of curious?
So the commercial is already set as in the existing bylaws, so you could bring that back, you know, to amend that. Yeah. Currently, the motion is to amend the bylaws to reflect a different class for nonprofits.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy with this. Again, just Councillor Bosch had brought up potentially making the businesses free, but I'm quite content with what we've got currently in place.
All right. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I heard last year that some people were a little upset with the cost of going up to $100, and I agree with what Councillor Bosch has mentioned. Businesses have to take out a piece of equipment. If it's a trailer, they have to have staff maybe, and the cost of candy. And I would like to see that fee drop down to $50, and I would make that motion if it would go. For commercial vehicles or commercial businesses to enter the parade, be well decorated, and a mild cost of $50.
Okay, so I'm going to check with Ledge Services, but and because I've got a lot of documents open right now, this would, Councillor O'Toole, be an opportunity to amend the. I would suggest it be a separate item. So I'll check with Ledge Services. In my opinion, what we should do here is to vote on the nonprofit amount. And then if you'd like to amend the for-profit amount, that I would suggest that be a follow-up motion. But Ms. Hanson, if you wouldn't mind chiming in here, how you see best for this.
Mayor Clayton, yes, to vote on the non-profit organization amount first. And the second one would be, if there's a new motion, to deal with the commercial fee.
Okay. So, Councillor O'Toole, are you good? Okay, just to hang on for a minute. We'll separate that. And perfect. So, so then we're going to split the items as you see there. Councillor Bressie, you're okay with that? Okay. And so we're going to split the items as you see there. It's going to be first. We're going to vote on the amendment to the parade float being for nonprofit organizations being $10 plus GST. It was $10. Now it's going to be free. So that's the motion we're at right now on the nonprofit going from $10 to free. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate on that, I will call the question.
Councillor O'Toole?
I have nothing here, so hang on. I'll vote in favor.
Right. That carries unanimously. And now, Councillor O'Toole, you had a subsequent motion before we go to the other motion.
Well, I would like to see what other people have to say. If $50 is still too much, then I would lower the rate. But I think cutting it in half from $100, what I heard last year from a number of people that didn't participate was it was a little high during the COVID years, and we would like to further business because of reduced business, and they want to participate, and they want to show off what they have. But at the end of the day, it was just a little out of their pocketbook too much. So I'll make the motion for $50 per float.
All right. So this motion is to approve the amendment of the parade float fee for for-profit organizations from $100 as it currently is to $50. And so discussion or debate on changing the bylaw from $100 to $50. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think I'm going to sing the same song. I'm not sure that we need to charge them anything. I think they're providing a quality of life piece that we as a council are expecting not only ourselves to do, but our community to participate in. And again, with the costs that are involved in putting a float together and on, and the candy given out, time is valuable. I don't know if we need to charge anything. I would urge Councillor O'Toole to go to $0 instead of $50 as a friendly amendment. However, I do have one question. If we're charging money in any case, where's the money going? What's it for?
All right. So I do have a question for administration, but I'll go to Councillor Thiessen first.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Sorry, I'll just lower my hand now, get out of the queue. Just for the sake of debate, I don't know, we canceled the Santa Claus parade, and, that sucked. But I really feel like the Canada Day parade in itself and parades in general are a great opportunity for businesses to really showcase what they do, or at least to grab your attention and get you talking about it. I don't know if I'm for the $0 and still for the $100, because to me, I see it as just the cost of doing business. It's relatively cheap advertising. Maybe you buy $100 worth of candy if that's what you want to do, and you spend about $200 to $300 or more, depending on how much attention you want your float to generate for your business as it rolls through the streets of Grande Prairie. I think it's a reasonable rate. So $50 I can stomach, but I'm still okay with the $100, and largely because when I think about how much it costs on a digital billboard to rent space, it's $10 per 7-second spot. In most cases, that's a competitive price. $1,500 to $2,000 for a billboard around the mid-sized cities on average. So that is the cost of doing business, and essentially you're going to have 15 to 20,000 people on the side of the street, families looking at your business. And if you do a great job with the float, you're probably going to be on the tips of everybody's lips by the end of the day, and that's good for business. And then at the end of that, you you look at it like, well, what $100 got me a lot of sight, and I'm glad we went the extra mile. So I'm not offended by the cost of it, and we can always revisit this, but I'm okay with where it sits right now.
Perfect. Thanks. I have a question for administration and whoever is appropriate in the chamber to take it. Tell me what triggers you have in regards to applications right now. Do floats that submit their form have to tell you their design ideas? Do they have to tell you sort of their themes? Tell me how that works right now. I tend to lean to the admin fee being smaller. I think a great, awesome parade, as Councillor Bosch mentioned, is the priority here. If businesses are going to get out there and truly put effort and creativity into their floats, let them use that money for registration. We, as a council, have already approved our budget, which includes the administration task of running this event. I don't know the money we're collecting. I don't really know. I assume it's going to some marketing, etc. But let's just have an amazing parade and support businesses to get out there, give them an opportunity to market themselves to our community. It's something that I enjoy every summer, is really getting out there, being part of the parade, and then watching the line after and seeing these amazing businesses and floats and organizations that really participate. But I'm just curious, sort of to Councillor Bosch's point, if they're just a pickup truck and a Canadian flag, if it's Canada Day, that's not okay. So what triggers do we have? Are you asking for themes, what their vision is? What triggers do you have to make sure that the floats are actually invested into, that the businesses are actually invested into creating a float? And so administration, don't all jump at once, but if somebody could answer me. There we go. Thanks, Ms. Cajolet.
Perfect. Mayor Clayton, thank you for the question. So there is an application that every applicant interested in participating in the parade has to complete. So they do have to pick a theme. There are several criteria for the actual vehicle that is entered in the parade in terms of content. So the music and attire of the parade participants must be suited to a family audience. There's some, obviously, some types of firearms and things that are restricted for use as part of the parade, and parade entries outside, in addition to length requirements and some, sort of specifics in that regard. They have to be at least 75% decorated, or they risk disqualification.
Okay. Sorry, just cut in and out there at the end, Ms. Cajolet. I guess, sorry, Council, if you just let me have a question, then I'll go to the queue. But in history, have we, Ms. Cajolet, got to the queuing of the floats and said, you know what, you didn't meet the criteria, you're going to have to pull out, to your knowledge?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. To my knowledge, no. This the content guidelines are new within the last couple of years. So due to COVID, we didn't have parades, unfortunately. So last year, I shouldn't say that. There was one applicant that did not make the criteria for the parade, and they did not participate.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And you just answered part of my question. How is that enforced? Do you actually send people home if they haven't fully decorated their vehicle? So curious about enforcement around that. And then speaking to the dollar amount, again, I have a small business, and there is a cost to advertising, and $100 is no different than $50 or $0, but I still think for a business, if you're serious and that this is important to you, whether it's $50 or $100, it doesn't matter to me. It's not a hill to die on, but I do think that there should be some sort of fee as a token, and I know that there is a cost to the city for putting up the barriers and the employees. So if we can help offset that cost with a nominal fee that's not a deterrent, I'd prefer that than having everything for free. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to just make a couple more points. I think Grant covered part of it. There's a cost of business to the city doing business. Being somebody who used to run a not-for-profit organization and help out with the parade on Canada Day, I know the city cut us a check from $300 to $500 every year to help stage as a not-for-profit. So some of those registration fees will go to help with, I guess, the volunteer-ish staging, the not-for-profit staging. I'm not sure if that's practice we still undertake, but I know that we have up until recently done that. The other part is perhaps there's, like with most laws, there's a loophole, there's a way around it. And, as we encourage a bit more charitable thinking in our community, perhaps if a business is opposed to paying a $100 fee, why couldn't they partner up with like a Rising Above or, a GP football club and have the not-for-profit build the float and they tow it with their branded truck and then they all win. And then nobody has to pay any fees. But I don't think it's, for me, the entry fee is just, it's to ensure that those people are committed to showing up at the parade and helping, like, not only promote their business, but promote our country. And it, like I said, it ensures that they're there. And there are other ways that businesses can get out there if the $100 is too egregious to them. I just think, why would we pull the plug on this? My biggest fear is, of course, is that we just end up being an advertisement for about 32 blocks in the summer. So, and I want it to be an event, and that's what parades are. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Bosch.
Okay. Well, there clearly is differences of opinion. I'm still going to state that I'd like to see it not be charged. I think we all have a responsibility, whether it's the city and the businesses. We're all putting money into it in some capacity. We're putting it in through our budget, and the businesses are putting it in through staffing, candy, and time. If it's a matter of $50 or $100, if someone's not going to show up based on not wanting to show up, I don't think $50 is going to change that attitude. So for me, it's more about a commitment to the community and making sure we all do our part so that we have a fun event for all of us to attend. I think if you have the parameters of the amount of decoration on that vehicle or trailer, I think that is important. There is also the music aspect, that there's a cost to having music at parades. And if the cost of this $50 goes to something like that, I can understand that piece of it, but just randomly making money on it, it doesn't sit well with me. So I won't vote for the $50 being in favor of that if there is no amendment, but it's not because I don't want a parade.
All right, Councillor O'Toole to close.
I had a question, Mayor Clayton.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Blackmore, go ahead.
My texting is not getting through to you, I can tell. Just casually, there are a number of categories in the parade's bylaw, I believe, and if we change commercial to 100, from 100 to 50, are there going to be a number of other categories that are going to be paying more than commercial, or are the rest of the categories somewhat nonprofit related?
Thank you. Thank you, through the mayor. Currently for parade float fees, there are only two categories, so it's nonprofit or profit.
And how many commercial floats are there typically in a parade? Give me a ballpark, wild ass guess.
I can tell you if you can give me just a moment.
Hey.
We can give you just a moment, Ms. Cajolet. And we'll ask Councillor Blackmore to clean up her language.
Sorry, I apologize. I should have said WAG. The reason I'm asking this question is I think that we're arguing about like $2,000, maybe $5,000. Like, I just don't understand why we're having this discussion at all. If it's free for some people, it should be free for everybody. But how many commercial floats, Ms. Casually?
Thank you, through the mayor. For the 2022 Canada Day Parade, there were 34 profit float entries.
So $1,500. All right. $3,400.
So Councillor O'Toole to close.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to close. I said what I said. There was a number of businesses that approached me, and they just felt the fee was a little bit too much. And if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But I feel that it would probably bring in more participants. And if we put the word out that they got to be sharply dressed when they participate, the vehicles, then I think that might happen. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. That was Councillor O'Toole's close, so I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Connor?
Yeah, I lost my e-scribe. I don't know which way to go on this one.
So in favor would have the for-profit float rate going from $100 to $50. Opposed would have it staying at $100.
I'm not in favor.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor opposed. And that is carried 5-4.
So there is no opportunity to make another motion for free? That's what I had hoped for, that we would have. If this didn't pass, then we would move it to free. If we're looking at $1,500 in total, I think we should just.
Well, it did pass.
So, okay. That was the point of it, of the friendly amendment that wasn't acknowledged. So
my apologies. Yeah. If I didn't hear you say that, well, there was no friendly amendment in the sense that it was a rate. So you can't, a friendly amendment would significantly change that motion. But I apologize if you actually wanted to amend that. And then I'll turn to legislative services in regards to how you'd like to handle that if you actually intended to amend that motion.
I guess I don't know exactly if this, if it wouldn't pass because I asked for the amendment and that didn't go through, I would want it to make a secondary motion to put
so if your intent was to amend the motion to 0, then we would vote on that. If that didn't pass, then the motion would stay at 100. Yeah. Then you could try to amend it again. But yeah. So what is your intent, Councillor Bosch?
I would like to amend it to 0.
So I'll turn to legislative services if you would like to guide us in how you would like to handle that.
So Mayor Clayton, one of the options is to re-vote on the motion, so clear the motion and go back and allow for the amendment to occur, as the intention was to make an amendment.
Sure. So we can recall that vote, and at that time, Councillor Bosch can now make an amendment.
Okay.
So Councillor Bosch, go ahead with your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move to amend the $50 cost of putting a parade float into the parade to a 0 cost. And to speak to that, all the reasons that I gave, I think 2 times over.
All right. So now we are voting on an amendment. So it would go from $100 to $0. Comments or questions on amending this to 0? Sorry, is that a hand up, Councillor Palat, or are you just turning on and off your mic? Okay. All right, so seeing none. So this, I'll call the question on amending this float price to free. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen?
Opposed. My e-scribe froze up.
And that is defeated. Okay, so now we're back to the original motion at $50. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on $50. Please vote.
Press C in favor.
Thank you for that. And that is carried 7-2. Now, Councillor Bressie. Sorry, is somebody trying to get in the queue there? Nope. Councillor Bressie, if you wanted to go with the final motion.
Sure, I would move the council direct administration to prepare amendments to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw to reflect these changes.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 7.5.3, land options for a proposed soccer facility. And I would like to make a motion that we move in camera for discussions in regards to under Section 24 of the FOIP Act. Please vote on that. We'll give, once we see the tally on that.
Press C in favor.
Councillor Bressie in favor. And that is carried unanimously. We'll give a few minutes for the chambers to clear for those who are not part of this discussion. And when IT or legislative service
just have a bit of a delay.
No worries.
Mayor Clayton, we are ready.
All right. Well, welcome back. We are now out of camera, and I will look to Councillor Bressie for any other business that may be arising.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that, so I'm still talking about item 3 on this committee, land options for a proposed soccer facility, and I would move that council direct administration to refer this item back to the appropriate standing committee for further discussion. And just to speak to this is a really complex piece of land because it's not all our land. There are multiple property owners there, and there's more work that needs to be done with other bodies. And so I think it would be prudent to give us more time before debating further at council.
Perfect. Thank you. That motion is in order. Discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, I'm just checking. Councillor Blackmore. Okay, no, we are good. I'll call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously. After all that, Councillor Bressie, is there anything else you wanted to highlight from your meeting?
Yeah, thank you. The two things I'll highlight is, one, we had very significant discussions about supporting future recreation and sport uses in our community, and there was discussion around facilities that aren't your traditional rec facilities, and getting information about pop-in, pop-out floor. And so definitely some creative ideas being thrown around so that we can make use of empty space around the community that's not being fully utilized right now. So excited to see some of the information that will come back to committee for that. We also had our Chief of Police, Superintendent Brackman, come in to present crime statistics on the coordinated care campus area. And really interesting to see statistics of now versus 2019, which was the last year pre-COVID, when COVID kind of plummeted all crime stats, and seeing that there isn't significantly more crime in the area now. So that was encouraging to see, but I know that Mr. Brackman, as well as council and city staff, will be paying very close attention to this project as it continues to make sure that we continue to not see increased crime in the area. So appreciated that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you for that update. Moving on to, there's no items of correspondence for this meeting tonight. Moving on to delegation business, item 9.1. So any business arising from Mr. Kim's visit today. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that we give the Salvation Army the allocated amount that was discussed at budget to the tune of $200,000, $100,000 to the kitchen, and $100,000 to the needs of the community. To speak to this, I don't. The reason I asked about percentages and what's happening is because I don't think this food security issue is over just because they made a little extra money or a lot extra money at their kettle campaign. I think this is something that is new to every community in the country right now, of how our inflation and cost of living has brought challenges to our population base. So in my belief, we said we were going to give them the money, and I think as a council we should stand behind that.
All right, that motion is in order. Discussion or debate.
I have a point of order, Mayor Clayton. We already made that motion when we passed the budget, and so I don't believe that the motion needs to be made tonight. I think that if we accept Pastor Kim's report for information, as it provided the information we asked him for, that there's no other need for a motion, because we already made the motion.
Agreed. You are correct. So unless you had other intent with the funding, Councillor Bosch, I think we are good just to receive his report.
I just had a whole speech for nothing, clearly.
That's okay. We're used to it. Councillor Bosch, did you want to make the motion, though, to receive his presentation for information?
Yes, so be it. Council receives this presentation for information.
Thanks so much. I'll call the question on that. And that carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Councillor Bosch, and for that catch, Councillor Blackmore. Item number 9.2, we had a second delegation this evening, and I will look to Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to try a bit of an unusual motion, so very open to wordsmithing or withdrawing it completely if the mayor or others have thoughts on it. But I'd move that council direct the mayor to identify appropriate support for this event and just speak to it. It sounds like a worthwhile event. I think that there probably should be some municipal participation in this, but I don't know if it needs to, if we need to have it come back to committee and have an administrative report and all that about it. I trust the mayor to direct what's appropriate for this, and so I'd suggest that we delegate those decisions to the mayor for this event. And she'd certainly be welcome to come back to council for input if she felt she needed it, but I don't feel we need to direct it coming back to us.
All right. Comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate the motion. I think it's actually a good direction to do that. We can. I also agree with that. Mayor Clayton can choose to endorse it. She can choose to send it to the marketing department, and they can see if there's a funding avenue that they want to be a sponsor. So I think it's a good avenue for it.
Well, I love how you guys put it on me, but no, one of the things they asked was a letter of support, and happy to do that. And also happy to work with, within our organization, we do have members of administration that work on smaller sponsorships, so happy to work with administration to find a solution that makes this event successful. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. And that carries unanimously. So tonight there are no notices of motion. We are currently on our council recess, and I'll just confirm with Ms. Hanson because of the time change. It's currently 5:21 in Alberta. Council is in Ottawa, and so we will be back at 6 o'clock Alberta time, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks so much. See everybody then. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of February 6th. If you are now joining us, you are in the evening portion of our City Council meeting. First on our agenda tonight is delegations. We had two different groups let us know ahead of time that they were planning to come speak to Council. And first on the agenda is Ms. Lara Gray. So I'll give you a minute to come on up to the speaker's table and get settled in. Once you are settled in, Ms. Gray, if you want to introduce yourself for those who may be watching online, and then take about 5 minutes to go through your presentation. Following that, there is an opportunity for Council to have questions. And as noted with the earlier delegations, all delegation business is dealt with at the end of the meeting, so you're more than welcome to stay around. We have a couple land use bylaw amendments, or if you choose to leave, administration will follow up with you in regards to any business that may be arising from your presentation. So welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. And if you could just introduce yourself, and then I'll turn it over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's move this. Hello, my name is Lara Gray, and I'm here tonight with my neighbors regarding the proposed apartheid in Grand Banks. In 2019, the Grand Banks neighbors received letters from the City Planning Department regarding a proposed apartment building development at the corner of 67th Avenue and Stone Ridge Way. Many neighbors provided feedback on the questions asked by the development officer, and we also expressed concern for the development as it was proposed. This building was ultimately granted a development permit in 2019. This development permit has been extended 3 times since. The current development permit expires in July 2023. In 2022, the developer of the proposed building, Fresh Coast Investments, revealed the intended use of the building through its public marketing. It was described as an apartheid, operating much like a hotel. Our group of neighbors brought this marketing to the attention of city administration. Subsequently, Fresh Coast Investments altered their description to a luxury full-service apartment, which is somewhat ambiguous. There are currently 41 homes in Grand Banks. Of the 33 neighbors we reached at home, 32 are openly opposed to this apartheid. Many of them are sitting behind me tonight. We are collectively concerned that Fresh Coast Investments has been approved to build a residential apartment when in fact an apartheid is intended. From our research on various travel sites, Wikipedia, etc., an apartheid is a type of lodging facility that combines hotel services with an apartment-style building for those spending time away from home. About 80% of the suites in this apartheid are approximately 430 square feet. In Grande Prairie, this is much closer to what you'd expect for a hotel suite size. We have 4 key concerns. One is safety. Grand Banks has one entrance and exit for our neighborhood, 67th Avenue. Stone Ridge Way remains a dead-end gravel road south of 67th Avenue. This lack of access and road enhancements concerns us now and when our neighborhood grows exponentially in size with any multifamily development. All neighborhood children access their bus stops outside of Grand Banks on Stone Ridge Way and 67th Avenue. Our neighborhood is a destination for high school students walking from the northwest and trail walkers and bikers from the east. Road safety is a top concern. So this project is a commercial venture being marketed as an apartheid and luxury full-service apartment. Fresh Coast Investments makes it clear that they appeal to companies wanting to provide visiting workers with a comfortable stay in Grande Prairie. The subject building plan and advertising fits this business model and lacks appeal to anyone wanting to reside in these suites as a home. The suites are exceptionally small compared to most apartment units in Grande Prairie, with the vast majority being about 430 square feet. These suites are more in line with a hotel suite size for Grande Prairie. The advertised possible services for the building, like laundry service, all utilities, including internet, and fully furnished, stylized suites, is outside the norm for residential apartments. We feel confident that this building is planned to be more like a hotel for people to visit than an apartment for people to reside in. We therefore question and oppose the city approving this apartheid on residential medium-density zoned land. The 2019 development permit was issued for a residential apartment building. Apartels need to be defined and included in appropriate zoning districts in our land use bylaw. The economics of short-term rental properties appeal to investors and developers, and there may be more demand for them here in the future. Without clarification in our bylaws, this building could set a precedent locally for apartels on residential land. A declaration of use in writing from the developer might be an opportunity for clarity and transparency. Many Alberta municipalities are addressing the presence of short-term rental type properties in their land use bylaws, including the town of Canmore, that includes its visitor accommodation class in the Bow Valley Trail Commercial Zoning District. The developer for this apartel has now revealed the building's intended use through its marketing, which is different than what the city approved in 2019 and expects today. It is reasonable for us to request a review of our land use bylaw and of this project at this time. We need clarity in our bylaws for any potential enforcement. Leaving apartels undefined allows space for a somewhat gray area to be interpreted in our bylaws as it has in this case. Grand Banks is a small gem of a neighborhood in a prime location where homes are required to be relatively large. It's one of the few neighborhoods where multifamily zoning is directly adjacent to higher-end homes. It would be quite unusual to see a hotel adjacent to some of the more expensive properties in a city like ours. Eroding the desirability of this neighborhood will impede demand for more homes to be built in a potentially large Phase 2 of Grand Banks. Higher-end homes provide strong tax revenue for the city, which benefits everybody. We feel there needs to be a focus to maintain and increase the appeal of neighborhoods to inspire more people to build high-quality homes within the city limits. We ask that Council please request a review of the land use bylaw to include a definition of apartel or hotel apartment and assign it to an appropriate zoning district. We ask that Council deny any extension or renewal request for this development permit. We ask this in accordance with Section 24.7 of our land use bylaw. As neighbors, our position has not changed regarding the potential development of this site. We were aware of the RM zoning upon moving into the neighborhood and continue to expect a complementary multifamily development to be built. This neighborhood has, within walking distance, the Eastlink Center, a public transit hub, restaurants, medical offices, schools, and walking trails through exceptional natural wilderness. We want to see residential multifamily units of adequate sizes that appeal to families and residents of Grande Prairie. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting my camera hooked back up. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Gray. I'm going to now open it up to Council for questions. First, I'll recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I just have one quick question for our delegation, and it's more for clarity. Because being honest, I hadn't heard of what an apartel or whatever it is brought up in common language until this issue, and I've been aware of it for a little while. So I appreciate you sharing the knowledge that you've done and sharing the contents of the advertisement, because that gives me some context. If I was to reframe it, and you could tell me if this is fair or not, would it be something like, you mentioned crew house, but would it also be fair to throw in there like an Airbnb or VRBO idea?
Yeah, I think they do advertise on vacation rental sites, of which there are, of course, many. So there is a link to those on their business website.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Any other questions I have are for administration. So thank you for being there. And again, I know that it's a beautiful area, and I understand your concerns. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate you coming in. It's always unsettling when you're not sure what a piece of land is going to be developed into and it's near your home. So I guess my question for the delegates is it the concern about it being a park hotel, or because it's zoned multifamily? So if a big multifamily traditional apartment building or condo went up, that wouldn't be a concern to the residents?
No, we've spoken to that as a group, and that is what I think most of us anticipated and would expect to see there.
Okay, so and we're going to have questions for a minute, but I'm curious because you guys have put a lot of thought in this. Do you guys have any suggestions for how this city, even if this was a condo or an apartment building, we've always had a struggle with you can't control whether people turn them into rental properties. So do you have any suggestions of how we can address that?
Yeah, I think the square footage is just a really functional limitation to appeal to residents. 430 square feet is exceptionally small. We have a hotel about a kilometer west of our neighborhood, and their hotel suites are larger than that. So the size is a very big limitation. Sorry, there's... Sorry, just when I mentioned Canmore, they have a requirement to disclose in writing how they are using a certain property. And so in our mind, if we were to have a Partel's in Grande Prairie, then that would have to be laid out in terms of detail. I'm not sure if it would go to the detail of leases or size requirements. I would leave that. I guess I don't think I would speak to that. But I think in this case, a declaration in writing of the intention of use would give us a better idea. But I definitely think that the design limits its potential to live in.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the administration panning out so that we can see Councillor Blackmore is not by herself in chambers tonight. Looks like a full house. So thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I'll just double check if Councillor Blackmore has any questions because I can't see her currently. But
and I do
not. Perfect. There you go. Go for it, Councillor Blackmore.
I wanted to let the rest of council know that the chambers are actually full. There are no empty chairs, and there are people sitting at the very back of the room. So we do have like a full chamber today. When I looked at the information that was provided, it seemed like not only small units, but a lot of units. And I couldn't tell how many units were planned for that site. Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, there are 101 apartments planned for that building.
And is all the parking above ground or is there below ground?
It's above.
Okay. I do have more questions for administration, but that will come at a different part of the meeting. I just have one question for administration right now. If Mr. Johnson could tell me, just confirm whether or not we have received any information from the company regarding potential application for building.
Sorry, Mr. Johnson, can we just leave that? Because I know there's other questions from council in regards to the applicant. So, Councillor Blackmore, if you could just hold off on that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you mentioning the 430 square feet. And I know that this is a multi-family zoning, so I'm trying to visualize a family unit in 430 square feet. This may be not the right question for you, but I'll ask it because you seem to have done a lot of research and homework on this, which I appreciate. Does this include a kitchen in this 430 square feet?
Does, yep. There's a kitchenette and sort of an enclosed area for a bed. So it's somewhat of a bachelor setup, I guess.
Okay, yeah, thanks for framing that for me.
Any other questions for our delegation? Councillor O'Toole. Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole, you're muted.
Thank you very much for coming and bringing this to all of our attention. The question I have is, when you were doing your research online, was there any minimum or maximum stay that they promoted?
No. If you look through their social media or website, there's a lot of language in terms of short term or longer term, because I imagine some people come and haven't, decided on where they want to live. So maybe it's longer than a week that they're staying in these properties. And there's also language like, come in and check in and enjoy your stay. And when you get home from work, there's fresh linens. So there's very much an impression of temporary hotel type services.
All right. I know when it first come to council, that wasn't the impression that I got that was being built there. I had the impression it would be an apartment and it would be families that would be living there. So thank you very much. I'm all done, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you.
All right. I see no one else in the queue, Ms. Gray, so thank you so much for coming. And as I mentioned, please stick around and watch the discussion and questions for administration.
I will, thanks.
We have 2 public hearings, and I'll just ask that you step away from the delegation table and give a minute for our next delegate to get settled in. Clarence Bidne, Mr. Bidne, and I apologize if I'm incorrectly pronouncing your name. I'll give you a few minutes to get settled in.
Good evening. My name is Clarence Bidne. I've lived in Grande Prairie since 1982. Oh.
Welcome, Mr. Bidne. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we have your documents attached to our agenda. If you want to take 5 minutes and explain to council sort of what's in your presentation and what you'd like to discuss, and then I'll allow an opportunity for questions for you. And then, as mentioned, we deal with delegation business after our public hearings.
On the 6th of August last summer, can you hear me?
You betcha.
My grandson and his wife they couldn't have a party when they got married 2 years before, but they had a party on the 6th of August, and somebody brought a rooster to the party, and so I said, I know it's illegal to have a rooster in town, and someone said, oh, you can just make chicken soup out of the rooster. And my grandson's wife said, he's too nice a looking rooster to be making chicken soup out of him. We'll find a home for him. I'll take him over to Grandpa's and he'll know what to do with him. So they brought him over, and he became a very sociable rooster, because I live right next to the D Armories parking lot, and there was a lot of mentally handicapped kids come over, and they all liked the rooster. And I don't want to change the law about no roosters in town, but I was wondering if it was possible to have a therapy rooster. And that way you'd only have one therapy rooster in the city of Grande Prairie amongst 65,000 residents. And that's...
Okay.
That's
sorry, continue, please, sir.
I wasn't coming in here to try and change the law. I just want to do something for the handicapped kids, because some of them, they used to come and visit the rooster, and when they left after visiting the rooster, they're all smiles, and maybe they hadn't smiled for a whole week. So I'm thinking of the kids. It's not something I'm thinking of my own, because what do we do with our handicapped kids? Just kick them off in the corner and leave them, and they will be done with you whenever you grow up, if you ever do. I think that some of our handicapped kids, they got a lot more feelings than some of the rest of us do. And when we show a little bit of love towards them, they respond to love. That's about all I got to say. You all got this thing on your... Have you read it? And I'll just leave it with you, and you can decide whatever you want to do. And
perfect.
If that's okay with everybody.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bidne. Yes, we do have the delegate request form, as well as the other documents came from people from your neighborhood, I'm assuming. And first I want to say thank you for coming and being a great neighborhood, a great neighborhood from what you're telling us, strengthening relationships between your neighbors and fellow residents in the city of Grande Prairie. We appreciate that. So I'll open it up to council for questions. I know that council will have many questions for administration on this, but I see no one in the queue. So Mr. Bidne, I really want to thank you for coming. You bring up some very valid points about supporting those in our community who need more support. So thank you so much for coming. And please join us. Just move yourselves to wherever you were sitting previously. We do have two items of business that we need to deal with prior to coming to the delegation business. So again, thank you. And we will have discussion on your request following these two bylaw amendments. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, sir. All right, moving along to item 13, unfinished business. There was none, so we'll move into public hearings. The first public hearing for tonight, give me a minute to click through this, a land use bylaw amendment C-1260-167, an amendment to the DC-14 District Usage and Development Authority. I will call this public hearing to order and look to Ms. Downing for an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to amend the Direct Control 14 District. The land zone DC-14 is located on 102nd Street between 104th Avenue and 105th Avenue. The district contains the Karen mixed-use apartment building, containing approximately 573 square meters of commercial space on the ground floor and 85 affordable housing units and 2 associated parking lots. The proposed amendment would add additional uses to the DC 14 district and make the development officer the development authority for uses within the Karen mixed-use apartment building. The proposed amendment is text only. No zoning changes are proposed. The additional commercial uses are shown on the slide. It's the applicant's intention to apply for the commercial business center use. This use allows the applicant to change commercial uses without the need to apply for a change of use development permit each time. Under the current process in this district, council is the development authority and the applicant is required to bring the changes to committee and then to council. This is a time-consuming process that may result in the loss of interest of prospective tenants. In addition to the added uses, this amendment would make the development officer the development authority for uses within the Karen building itself. Council would remain the development authority for all other uses on the site. In addition, it changes the DC district to a site-specific direct control district for this site only. It's administration's recommendation that council give first, second, and third reading to this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your introduction. I'm now going to do the presentation and submission portion of our public hearing. I will ask if there's, I apologize. I'll open it up to questions from council to administration. Please go ahead, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my question is the Karen struggling to lease out its space on its main floor? Is that why this is coming forward?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. The applicant is here tonight, so might be able to better speak to that question. But it is administration's understanding that the reason for bringing this forward is the time constraints for the process of finding new tenants and also the restriction in the number of uses. So yes, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I'm curious about the discretionary uses listed. Were these generated by the applicant or were they negotiated with administration? Just where did all this list come from?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. The lists in the district were suggested by the applicant and worked with administration to come up with a list that both the city administration and the applicant felt reasonable.
Thank you. I'm curious, the one that kind of raised my eyebrows was liquor store. Was there any discussion about that in your conversations at all?
Thank you.
Ms. Downing?
Thank you. I think that the applicant wanted to leave the district as open as possible to compare to other commercial districts within the vicinity of the location.
And if I may, one more, Mayor Clayton?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure I understand the MGA process for the discretionary uses correctly. If I understand correctly, council approving the bylaw today, there's very limited judicial review or appeal that can happen there just on the process. But if we approve this and there's an application in the future that comes to council and we're acting as the development authority approving or denying uses, that decision of council would be subject to the subdivision development appeal board. Am I understanding that process correctly?
Ms. Downing?
Through the mayor, I can take a crack at that one. If I understand correctly, the question was if it was a discretionary use and council was the development authority, is there an appeal option?
Yeah, that's right.
When council is the development authority in a direct control district, there is no appeal option. It's when administration makes the decision in a direct control. And at that point, it's limited to whether or not the development authority followed council's intentions with the direct control district.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Mr. Johnson. Don't see any other questions for administration.
I have a question.
Go for it, Ms. Councillor Blackmore.
I think I need a bit of a history lesson here. I don't really understand why the Karen is, in fact, direct control. We have apartment buildings around the city We have commercial, residential, shared space around the city that are not in direct control. It seems to me it would be better to cut this loose and make it no longer direct control. But I would ask administration to kind of tell me what the history is behind why that happened and why it remains in direct control.
Ms. Downing or Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, through the mayor. The history with this parcel is that it used to be zoned under a land use district called MX, Mixed Use Land Use District. And at some point, we decided to remove that district from the land use bylaw. There's a number of reasons for that. And instead of rezoning this to a traditional land use district, it was rezoned to direct control due to the unique nature of the development, the fact that the housing is not just standard market housing, so there's significantly less parking needs. And yeah, for a few reasons, there was just some utility in using direct control as opposed to a conventional land use district.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Blackmore?
It does. I'm just wondering, given the direction that the world is heading in, why we would no longer have mixed use, but that is an argument for a different day.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If we decided to go along and change the land use to this, the permitted uses, for instance, retail or professional services and such, what about the parking? Is there a concern? Because parking essentially wasn't top priority for retail or business to begin with because of the type of build it was. So would parking be an issue now if we changed it?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. There is no intention in this amendment to change the parking requirement for the site. I'm unsure as to whether the parking would be a concern. The applicant can speak more to their views on the parking for the site. Administration doesn't believe that this is going to be a concern for the area, though, and supports the amendment.
So if the landowner could answer that question, if it was, for instance, a retail business, do you foresee parking being an issue for you?
So when we do delegations present to speak in support of the application, that'll be a great time to ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Any other questions for administration, council? Double checking, Councillor Blackmore, since I can't see your hand.
I'm good, thank you.
All right. So thank you, Ms. Downing, for that introduction. Thank you, Council, for your questions for administration. I am now going to go to the presentation of submission portion of the land use bylaw, the public hearing. First, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this amendment. Please come forward to the table, introduce yourself, and I'll give you a minute since I can't see anybody moving in the chamber. I will ask 3 times for those in support and those in opposition. So I will ask, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. If you could please introduce yourself for those who may be watching online, and I think there will be a couple questions for you, so please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Clayton. I'm Brad Cameron. I'm the owner of the Cairn on the Boulevard, and I'm here in support of the amendment. I've been working with Allison and Kimberly on this for quite some time. I guess to address a couple of the things that came up. When we very first started the Cairn, as Mr. Johnson mentioned, there was the MX zoning, and it was a more traditional district. It had a list of permitted uses, discretionary uses, and that's kind of how we started. Then as the city was getting rid of that zoning, we looked at some different options, and we ended up with the direct control district. At that time, we really only listed the uses that were actually going to be used. And so we didn't have like a more extensive list. And that worked for us for a while. And then as we started having some turnover on our commercial level in particular, we have to come back and ask each time if that use is different. So if it's the exact same use that in the same area, then we're good to go. But if it isn't, then we've had to come back. And we've been very lucky. Most of our commercial tenants have stayed for quite a long time. We haven't had a lot of turnover, or we've had turnover where a psychologist moves out and another psychologist moves in. So again, no reason to come and speak. In the last year or so, we've had a few losses, both people passing away and also going on and starting other businesses or moving away. And so we've had the opportunity to look for new commercial tenants. And when those commercial tenants come to us, they're like, if they don't fit in health minor, then I have to explain to them that what the process is. And the process is a couple months long, right, to come in and speak with you and make sure that it fits with your direction. And so I've been trying to figure out a way to operate more like a regular district, in that the development authority could be someone I can go and meet with quite easily and get some direction. And we have, and hopefully have some direction from council as far as what they would like to see in the building and what would be a complementary use for our neighborhood. And so that's what we're hoping to do today. And then any uses that maybe you're concerned about or you think would require more scrutiny, of course, we could still come back and speak to you on those particular uses. So that's kind of the background. I guess I'll just get ahead of the parking conversation or question, and you can ask more questions. I don't believe that the parking will be an issue. We actually have quite a bit of parking that's often empty. And also with our uses, you know, being a residential use at nighttime and a commercial use during the daytime, oftentimes we have vacant spots during the day and we have vacant spots at night. And those uses don't often overlap. The only time I would say we're short on parking is if the church across the street is hosting a larger event, then quite often our neighborhood is quite parked up, including some people that choose to use our parking lot at those times, but that's just part of being a neighbor. So I don't believe that'll cause an issue. I don't believe we're proposing any uses that have a more intensive use than what we have in the building currently or what we have had in the building. So I don't anticipate that being a concern. I think that's everything, but I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Perfect. I appreciate that and getting ahead of those questions. I'll open up to council for questions to the delegation. Apparently you answered everybody's questions, so thanks for that, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you.
I will now ask a second time if there's anyone online or in the chambers that is wishing to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. And I'll give it a second in case there's people in the chambers. There we go. Perfect. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you could just introduce yourself for those for us who actually are online and who else might be watching. Thank you.
My name is Tracy, and I've actually been looking at this space for the past few months. I think it would be I'm a hairstylist, and I have my own business going. I think it would be a wonderful space. The rooms there, I think the parking is better than a lot of other places that I've looked at around town, just for leasing spaces. There's parking there. I don't think it's going to be any issue. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Perfect. I appreciate you coming tonight, showing your support. I'll just open it up to council. If anyone has questions for the delegation here tonight? Seeing none, thanks for coming tonight, Tracy. I appreciate that. I will ask a third time. Is there anyone here online or in the chambers to speak in support of this bylaw amendment. And I'll wait a minute in case there's people in the chambers moving or somebody online. If you're online and you just want to turn on your camera, if you're here to speak in support of this. All right, seeing none, I will now ask if there are people here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. I will wait to see if in the chambers before I go to online.
Excuse me, Mayor Clayton. I can just interrupt for a moment. Just wondering if you could ask for 3 times the ask for anyone speaking in favor.
I did, but I can ask again.
Sorry, I must have missed that. My apologies. Thank you.
That's okay. Not a problem. I will ask a third and final time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. I don't see anyone online turning on the cameras, and maybe Ms. Hanson, you could tell me if there's anyone in the chambers looking to make their way to the presentation table.
I think that's everyone. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you. So I'll now ask if there's anyone here to speak. I'll go to the chambers first. Is there anyone there wishing to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment? I will ask to see if there's anyone online that wishes to speak in opposition to the land use bylaw amendment C-1260-167. If you're here to speak in opposition, please turn on your camera. I will check if either online or in the council chambers. The third time I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and look to business arising. I will identify Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-167, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Rick, that motion is in order. There is no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question. Please vote. Sorry, Ms. Barber, I see your hand up. We're actually in the business arising, though. How can I help you?
I tried to turn my camera on, and it notified me that I was not allowed to because the host would not allow me to turn my camera on. Thank you, Mayor Jackie.
Yeah, no worries. So, Ms. Hanson, you will recall that first reading, if that's appropriate to you as Legislative Services Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Clayton. So due to technical difficulties, we should hear the individual that has come online now.
Okay, and Ms. Barbara, just so I can check, are you here to speak in opposition?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, please.
I own the 12th Suite apartment across from the Karen's apartment, and the whole area, from my perspective and my experience, has been chaos with respect to parking ever since that building was there. It's my understanding that the reason that their tenants don't park in their parking lot, they park on the street. And I've come to understand, and I'm not sure if they've changed the policy or what it is now, but the reason they park on the street is because you charge them a little for parking, but they then park on the street, because why would you pay if you can get it on the street? The whole neighborhood, compared to how it was before that apartment, is so crowded for parking. And then so from my perspective, he's not been responsible with respect to being a good neighbor up until now. And so I think it would be really nice to keep him, make it so that he would have to check with council, or there's some way that the city would resolve the parking issue so that the apartment people park in the apartment parking lot. So yeah, I would think it'd be lovely to have a hairdresser right there. It'd be good for the people in the area. But then what if he rents it out to a cab company who never park anywhere near where the office is? And we all know that isn't true. And they got cab safe, for instance, parking all around. So already we have a problem. So if the city would like to solve the parking problem so that the tenants of the Cairns building park in the Cairns building parking lot, then, that would be another story. But as it is now, I think that we want to keep a sharp eye on what's happening there and who the tenants are and what the parking, so that the parking doesn't get even worse than it is now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for your presentation. I do see one councillor has a question, and I'll ask other members of my team if there's questions for the delegation. Councillor Thiessen.
No, I didn't have a question. That was still up from Business Arising.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay. Not a worry. Just checking with council. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I thank you for coming tonight, Ms. Barber. And just please stay on the line. Just turn off your camera and we'll get into Business Arising. Okay, so Councillor Thiessen, we're going to go to, so I will, for technicality, Ms. Hansen, I will close the public hearing and I will go to Business Arising. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260, 167, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
That motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260, 167. In speaking to this motion, I think it's important that we recognize a bit of the history that's gone on with the Cairn building. Over time, they have had different commercial entities, and according to the applicants for these changes, coming and making any kind of changes to help improve maybe the business model or the availability of commercial space close to the core would be able to be turned over quickly is kind of stopped and stunted due to some of the restrictions already placed on the land. For me, part of that DC districting is, I remember when we talked about the parking issue a council term ago at the beginning of our term, and I think a lot of that was solved between our administration and between the Cairn. I also recognize that across the street there is a big open parking lot that is seldomly used by our Catholic Church. So if the parking does become an issue, I know it has been used in the past as well, they could overflow in there on the opportune days. For me, though, I think I want to just, I know the type of community that has been built up inside the Cairn, and I think the only thing that hasn't developed positively to this date is that commercial space. And so any opportunity that we can have to, I don't want to use the term, but cut the red tape, so to speak, and make it easier for businesses to thrive in this area would be good, not only for the owner, but for the businesses seeking out those opportunities. So for all those reasons, I'd encourage council to support this motion and this change of use.
All right, so that motion is in order. Discussion or debate. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I want to move an amendment, and I would move that council strike liquor store from discretionary uses. And just speak to it, when I look at the other uses that are for this building, I don't think a liquor store is a complementary use for that building. I'd also highlight that this is surrounded by residential or medium density residential and residential transition land, and liquor stores aren't listed in those land use districts either. So I'm fine with the other uses, but liquor store I'm not comfortable with, so I hope that council will support this.
Right, so that amendment is in order. I will move to discussion or debate on the amendment. I will check Councillor Blackmore if you happen to have anything to add to the conversation, because I can't see you.
No, Mayor Clayton, I'm just ready for the vote.
Okay, so Councillor Thiessen, is this discussion or debate on the amendment, or is your hand still up from previously?
No, just discussion on the amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to back up Councillor Bressie's. I figured I'd get the motion on the table, and I was hopeful that I wouldn't have to propose an amendment at all myself. Councillor Bressie is completely right. The liquor store use is kind of wrong for this type of development, especially with some of the people that live inside. And I just don't think it's a fitting add-on for the commercial space. I can see all the human services, whether we're talking healthcare facilities, minor or major, hair salon stuff. But for me, the liquor store doesn't fit the use, nor does it fit in with some of the residents that actually live in there. And I'd hate to exasperate any situations going forward. So I think it's smart. Just a note, even if this doesn't pass, any liquor store development inside that space would still have to come back to council according to the DC. So we would still have the opportunity to say no if we chose to.
Perfect. Thank you for those comments, Councillor Thiessen. I'm just going to see if there's anyone else from council who wishes to add to the discussion or debate on the amendment, which would be adding liquor store usage not being permitted.
I wanted to speak to that, Mayor. I couldn't get my hand up.
Sure. 1 second, Councillor O'Connor. Because my e-scribe turned off, Councillor Bryce, I just wanted to clarify. Is it becomes a discretionary use, correct?
No, sorry, Mayor Clayton. It is currently a discretionary use with council deciding, and I'd like to strike it altogether.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. I'm just waiting for my e-scribe to boot up. I'll go to Councillor O'Connor for your comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I also support that liquor store be struck from this because of the proximity to the school, high school age people. So I think it should be struck completely. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going back. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Although I can respect this ask, I just want to clarify that we just recently approved a use for a liquor store and cannabis store on the other side of the school. So I don't think proximity to the school is an issue because we clearly let that other one through. If this is because of the clientele, that's a different story in regards to the living quarters. But I don't think that we can say that we're doing one thing for one side of the school versus the other side of the school.
Mayor Clayton.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I think the difference here is the proximity and the distance. The other one was a variance, and that variance was given up. I think it was 25%, but this is well within the meterage. So anyway, I think it should be left out. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Bressie?
In favor.
That carries unanimously. So now we will, I will look to discussion or debate on the amended motion. So it's giving second reading to bylaw C-1260-167 as amended. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-167 at this meeting.
All right, that motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this motion must pass unanimously. I see no one in the queue, so I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you again, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-167, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
All right, that motion is in order. I will call the question. Please vote. and that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 14.2, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-168. I will call this public hearing to order and look to Mr. Babalola for an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
You very well might be just taking your time to get set up, but if that's it, that's great. But if not, I can't hear you. So,
we're just having technical issues, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you, Councillor Blackmore.
Sorry about that. I'm here now.
No, not a problem.
Don't know what's up. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mayor.
That's okay. Whenever you're ready, we are ready.
Can you see my screen?
Not quite. It says no signal is what I see.
We've just temporarily lost feed for the screen while just trying to correct
That's all right.
No. Yes. Is there now?
Again, I apologize.
I think we're in luck.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, administration has received an application to amend the land use bylaw by rezoning a parcel of land from combined density residential district to a direct control district, DC32, which is an existing district. The subject area is located in the Kensington neighborhood, west of 116th Street and north of 84th Avenue. It is registered as a bare land condominium. The subject area has no development on it at this time. So the subject area is currently zoned as a combined density residential district, and that provides for low to medium density residential development and other uses that are compatible with residential uses. So the proposed amendment will rezone the subject area to DC32. And the purpose of this proposal is to allow for development of single and semi-detached dwellings with secondary suites and to allow for development of secondary suites on all the lots. DC32 will grant an exemption to the requirements of Section 57 of the Land Use Bylaw that allows a maximum of three secondary suites to be developed within a 50-meter radius. Because this is a bare land condo, administration foresees no impact on any public roadway as a result of allowing the development of secondary suites on all the lots. The roads within this condominium will be private roads, and by that, snow removal and garbage removal will be the sole responsibility of the condominium association. Administration completed the notification exercise for this public hearing as per the MGA and the LUB requirements. No comments or concerns were received. And in light of this, we recommend that the council gives third reading. In light of this, administration recommends that council give 3 readings to the bylaw C1260168. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction. I will now ask council if there's any questions for administration. I recognize Councillor Berg and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my question, there's 2. Do these suites have alley access?
Through the mayor, there will be no alley access.
Okay. So this would be different than Kingsgate, which we approved a while ago for secondary suites, but they had alley access. So I'm just curious as to how people would access, I guess, if there's no alley access. So I don't know if that's a real question. I'm just questioning access.
Mr. Babalola, are you able to clarify some of the concerns over access? And if not, there might be a delegation there tonight for the proponent, but if you can answer, that'd be great.
Through the mayor, I can answer it, but I believe the applicant will be in a better position to answer it, so there will be no confusions. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Berg, does it answer your question?
Yeah, I'll wait for the applicants to step up.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have a few questions, actually. So if I see hands go up, I'll pull back and see if someone's thinking the same thing. Mr. Babalola, in regards to Section 85.5 under additional requirements, point 3, it says, no driveways or parking areas shall be permitted within the front yard. So my question for you is, with no rear lane access and no driveways being allowed in the front yard and the side yard being set at 1.2 meters, where's the parking? Is council to believe that under Section C, where no rear lane parking is provided to the site, that the developer will have to build an off-site parking area for people, or are we just anticipating all street parking in this neighborhood with secondary suites?
Through the mayor, my understanding is that all these structures and the buildings will have their own garage and there will be driveway. But again, this is something that the applicant will speak more about. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I do have.
Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen. I have another person in the queue. Councillor Blackmore's in the queue, but go for it.
Yeah, no, Councillor Blackmore can go. I still got other stuff.
Okay, Councillor Blackmore.
I'm not a proponent of either bare land condominiums or direct control, but if the only reason to reassign this as direct control is so that we can add additional secondary suites, why would we not allow for? Why would we not accommodate that by the use of up and down condominiums, up and down bi-levels, or I'm missing the word, duplexes?
Through the mayor.
Mr. Avalula, yep.
Yes, so this is going to be like duplex. We are just not calling it duplex. That's why we call it the secondary suite. It's not like the basement secondary suite thing, but it's the main floor is up and the lower suite is down. So it's more like duplex. We're just not calling it that.
And I assume we're not calling it that because we're expecting the building to have one owner and be renting out the bottom space or the upper space, choosing whatever.
Well, through the mayor, that's a question I would like to push again to the applicant.
I'll be happy to ask him.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Babalola, I know council and administration went to extensive lengths over great periods of time to establish a fair process for secondary suites and where they can be designated within the community. We're talking bare land condominium duplexes here. But this whole plan is scrapping all that work that council and administration undertook when it came to designating where secondary streets could go and where they couldn't go. Now, I know the plot, the layout of the site says that it is only applying to certain properties on the site, but it's a relatively large parcel of land. What kind of guarantees can council have that if this were to pass tonight, that the rest of the developments in that prescribed area of the DC 32 wouldn't also be secondary suites throughout that entire parcel?
Mr. Babalola?
Well, through the mayor. So, if I get your question correctly, you're asking that with all the parcel, all the lots have secondary suites. Is that the question?
Yeah, so I guess I'll just be more specific. So on page 60 of 65, on 104.4.32.2, area of application, it says the district shall apply only to Unit 25, Units 46 to 47, and Plan 202-0938. Now, the whole DC area is a large parcel of land that is quite bigger than, according to the units that are indicated on the map at the end of our agenda, that it could fill up. So I guess my concern is that if we do this for this site specific, and we relax all of our secondary street regulations, what's to stop future amendments to this area, seeing as it's now bounded as DC 32 and allows the unmitigated perpetuation of secondary suites? What's stopping a developer from coming in and saying, well, you did this before, why can't we do it for the rest of the area because it's already zoned?
Through the mayor. So this is a DC and direct control, and it is a condominium. So it is regarded as a private property, and because we have done this does not necessarily mean that we can always do it in every other places. It is at the discretion of the council to allow it or not to allow it.
Sorry, Councillor Thiessen, before you go on, I don't know who's sitting at the mic called committee chair, but I'm fairly confident it's one of the members of our administration team. So I will recognize them in case they're going to help with this, some clarification here.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have 2 points that I'd like to clarify in response to Councillor Thiessen's questions. The first question was about clause 85. What was it? It was in the 85.5.
The RC district.
Yeah, that's correct. So that is the existing land use district, and 85.5A talks about where rear lane access is provided to the site. So when rear lane access is provided to the site, then no driveways or parking areas shall be permitted within the front yard. In this case, there is no lane, so there is a front driveway. And then furthermore, the RC is the existing land use district for this area, and we're proposing the DC. So we're not proposing the RC district in this case. We're proposing to eliminate it. And then one other point of clarification, and this is a little bit of a muddy water thing, so I'll take a stab at it, but the RC district allows for multi-attached development. So if you imagine a semi-detached dwelling with secondary suites in each side, that's a total of 4 units. And so we could accommodate that one of 2 ways. We could either do it as a multi-attached dwelling with 4 units, or as a semi-detached with secondary suites in each. And initially, the applicant was interested in doing the multi-attached unit with a total of 4 units. But the problem arises when we approve the development permit calling it a multi-attached, and then they go to get their building permit. The building permit, or the Alberta Building Code, applies far stricter standards for separation of the units by way of firewalls, as well as some electrical requirements. And so the only way that we were able to get them so that the building requirements weren't so strict was to go about it this way of the secondary suite. However, the way that the DC district is drafted is that from the curb, and when you're looking at it, it's going to look exactly the same way as if we would have approved it under the existing land use district of the RC. So it won't, in fact, change the overall density of the site that the applicant was hoping for. It's just a way to deal with this technicality with the Alberta Building Code. It's not the most elegant and easy to explain, but the end result is the same, and the solution is rather creative. So as far as introducing a problem, I'd encourage council to not view it as something that's going to overall change the development. It's just going to change the building requirements that the developer would, or the builder would face if we call the development permit a multi-attached as opposed to a semi-detached with secondary suites. And if I made a mistake on any of that, I'm sure the applicant will clarify that when he speaks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just on the last paragraph, and it says this area would be exempted from the limitations to the number of secondary suites in proximity to each other because it has been bare land condominiumized. Thus, the city would not be responsible for operating and maintaining the private roads in this area. Is that including snow removal, or am I not understanding what this means?
Mr. Babiola or Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor. Yes, that includes snow removal. It will be the responsibility of the condominium corporation.
So then, in follow-up, then, is there a possibility that the developer isn't going to build it to city standard, or is there a city standard? Because I recall that on another application, there was a problem with snow removal and the width of the roads for the equipment to drive around it.
Mr. Johnson or Mr. Babalola?
Through the mayor, the developer will be required to build to the city standard as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification on that. The development standards for internal roadways on a condominiumized property are not as high a standard as if it were a public roadway. So there would be a lower standard. However, that's not necessarily going to affect the operation because it is a condominiumized property. They could have rules such as no on-street parking, period, or no on-street parking on certain days or what have you. And as Mr. Babalola explained, it would be the responsibility of the condoed area or the condominium corporation to establish that practice and procedure and enforce it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't be a city problem sometime down in the future. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, Mr. Johnson, you just kind of sparked a question for me, and there's no visuals, so you'll have to walk me through it. So, originally, this area was manufactured homes, and I really want this area to be a success. So I'm just trying to figure out, again, the process to make it a success. So originally it was manufactured homes, and then we'd revised it to put in a stick-built home. Now what we're essentially asking, and again, there's no visual, so correct me if I'm wrong. Now we're asking to put a separate unit in the backyard.
Through the
Mr.
Mayor, you're correct, Councillor Berg, in that this area has changed its vision a few times. It did start as a manufactured home community. There is a small phase of that, and then it transitions into single detached houses with secondary suites, and then the next phases will be more of that multi-attached product that I was speaking about. They're not separate units outside of the main unit, but it would be secondary in the basement. Did that answer your question, okay, Councillor Berg?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
All right. I'm just making sure. I'll double check. Councillor Blackmore, are you good? Or did you have questions for administration?
No, I'll wait for the delegation to speak in favor.
Okay. So I will now say that we have done our questions for administration. I'm going to go to presentations and submissions. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this amendment. If so, please come forward to the presentation table. If you are online, please turn your camera on. I'll give Mr. Babalola a second to clear out. All right, here we go. And once you get settled in, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, Council. I'm Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering. With me tonight is Jonathan Phillips, also with Helix. And we have a representative of the developer, Cecile Schufeld, is in the stands here, but we'll leave her there with two mics. So, just to run down, I guess, some of the comments. I'll try and get through most of the questions and then happy to answer whatever you have at the end. There, as Mr. Johnson stated, there's been a few amendments to this plan from the beginning. It was originally started as manufactured homes and has, with market demands and prices rising, that has been abandoned, and we're now trying to transition it to more of a single-family home type of neighborhood. So it always has been a condo since the beginning. So because of that, it's very difficult to change a condo back to free title land. So with that said, the transitions that have happened they're not overly easy to do. So we do them very carefully and with some precision, I guess, as far as how we do that. So adjacent to this, also to the east, is another condo community. So we're dealing with two of them kind of independently, but they're sort of being developed as one neighborhood. The one to the east is being developed as a 55-plus neighborhood. So I've been here with that before as well. That being said, as the neighborhood is developing, it is finding a little bit of a niche. There's quite a bit of construction out there now with stick-built homes and semi-detached units. So that's been occurring. They are selling. They're currently, I mean, they're being marketed as I would say entry-level to mid-level units. They're in the 500 to 550,000 range currently. Most of them have garages, so they're being built currently by one or two builders. The developers building most of them themselves. So there's also, because it's getting a little momentum now as far as neighborhood feel and appeal, there is a little bit of planning going into what the amenities are going to look like and whatnot. So our plan that's kind of shown here, there's playgrounds constructed there. There's discussion. We're looking at options right now for amenities such as pickleball courts and community centers and things like that. So as it builds out, I think we'll see a little bit more of that come along. We've also constructed the roads a little bit wider than traditional condo associations generally do to accommodate kind of walking trails and things like that. So you can kind of see on the plan all these little dashed lines. So we've got sort of a typical road width for some of the roads, but walking trails and walkways along the adjacent roadways. And I'm going off of memory here, but I believe the roads with walking trails are 11 meters wide, so that would be wider than the city's standard local roadway if it was constructed as a public road. So, and I believe the ones without are 9 meters. So that would have been, so they're about 5 feet narrower than city roads. So we are currently underway with construction on a lot of this. The roads are constructed within the entire neighborhood. There is like I said, lots of construction going on. So anything that's got a unit number on it right now has already been subdivided, and I would say half of those units are underway currently. The units to the north on this plan, or the top half, that don't have unit numbers on them, there will be a subdivision application coming in for that fairly shortly. You can also see on this plan, and again, this is the current, this would be permitted within the proposed zoning. So we also, knowing that we do have more secondary suites and higher density than typical, we've added a lot of parking around the neighborhood to accommodate that. So so those little parking stalls or lots and whatnot, in addition to providing enough, or about 4 stalls per unit with driveways and front parking. Just wanted to say that there has been a significant amount of effort put into this particular amendment, specifically by administration. They've done everything they can to try and accommodate this without coming to council. But as Mr. Johnson stated, we ran into a roadblock at building permits. So so that's why we're here today. Just to kind of answer a couple of the questions, I think we cleared up the lane access question. That was the package you have shows the existing zonings first, and then the last component of it shows the proposed zoning. So the new district that doesn't have any reference to rear lanes, I don't believe. So we should have no issues there. As you can see from the plan, all the driveways in this plan would be constructed in the front yards. So there are no lanes, all common rear yards. There's swales constructed in the backs of all the yards for drainage, but that's for the most part they are. It would be typical to a residential subdivision in the city. As I stated earlier, lots of parking. I don't think they're allowing on-street parking, or there isn't a ton of it. There isn't a lot of room for parking, to be honest, on the streets. So the goal as the future goes on here would be to restrict a lot of that. I suspect there are locations where you can park adjacent to PULs and green spaces and whatnot, but hence the reason for providing additional parking throughout the neighborhood. There was a question, I believe Councillor Blackmore asked about duplexes. So the city's requirements on duplexes kind of limit the ability for us to do that. There's a fairly restrictive lot size required to construct a duplex. It would be considered, but it's not generally a common application amongst developers, just because of that. So that's why the secondaries come so much. Duplexes tend to be a lot more restrictive. I think it's a minimum 60-foot lot width, something like that. Neither me or Mr. Johnson will remember because we don't do them very often. So, so the extent of secondaries, as Councillor Thiessen mentioned, we would open the option up here for secondaries to be in any of the units that are there, with full understanding that we would never apply for this if these were city roads and city properties. It would be on the developer to take care of snow removal, garbage collection, all that sort of thing. So the maintenance of the roads and any parking issues do not fall on the city's responsibility. The last one that I had written down was road widths and standards that things were constructed to. So I've already talked a little bit about the widths of the roads. We actually, when we designed this, were aware of some of the historical problems that had been going on within condo associations. So everything within this development and this condo has been constructed for all intents and purposes to City of Grande Prairie standards. The only deviations from that would be the fact that there's no curb and gutter. So it's a swale constructed roadway, which is pretty typical of manufactured home communities. That being said, it is wider. It's also constructed structurally, like the road structure is built to a little bit higher standard than you would typically see in a condo. And all utilities are constructed to the utility standard. So Aquaterra has been very involved in taking care of that as well as shallow utilities. So I probably didn't answer all of the questions, but if we do have any more, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, thank you for trying, Mr. Rossler, but let's see how you did. Questions from council. I just need to change my view. There we go. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for doing your best there, Mr. Rossler. It's always a pleasure. I know you guys are always thinking creatively, and I appreciate that to see how things can work in our city. Just from the view by the screen that you put up, I noticed that there's a lot of concrete. So I know there's some engineering design. You mentioned swales and stuff like that. But what are the thoughts around snow storage and I guess melting without curb and gutter and snow access to the storm? Like, what are we going to do to mitigate ponding, I guess, on the streets?
So
Mr. Ross.
Sorry, the Mayor. The snow melt and snow removal that would be taken care of by the developer has been accommodated through the storm utility system that is installed. So we do have a city standard storm sewer installed throughout the development. So it's constructed down the center of the road, so there wouldn't be any ponding anywhere. Directly to the west of this is a storm pond facility that will retain the 1 in 100-year flows. So it is essentially designed exactly the same as the neighborhood across the street, which is not a condo.
Okay, thank you.
I think I saw that Councillor Blackmore may have a question. There we go. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the units that are one above the other, are they one owner or two owners? One owner? Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
I still hate bare land condominiums and
I don't love them either, but through the Mayor, that is actually one of the primary differences between a secondary suite and a duplex. A duplex is 2 titles as a general rule. So we would have to, that's essentially a condominium also.
All right. Councillor O'Toole.
All right. I just checking my mic and it's working. When you talk to the proposed owner of this condominium complex, the parking really concerns me. And I was wondering if when they do a contract or whatever that is, there's going to be absolutely no street parking. Is that what you were saying earlier?
So there is parking available. So if you look at, I don't know if we can get the camera back on there again. It's pretty typical of a residential development. I mean, there are some of the restrictions that won't apply here, such as driveway widths and things like that potentially. But flanking lots like this, for example, there's parking that, and should the development permit parking on the street, which currently they are. Those are available, plus the parking that is in adjacent parking lots. Believe it or not, there will be some units that will have enough parking between their 2 stalls in their garage and 2 stalls in their driveway. There's also there would also be some available adjacent the municipal reserve green spaces, not municipal reserve, I guess, but green space within the condo. So there will be street parking, but when you look at the driveways and the widths and whatnot, kind of similar to a lot of the city areas, you typically get one vehicle between in the courtyard section of houses. So you'll kind of see there's a narrow space between driveways and then a wider one. It's possible you'd get one there. It'll depend on the driveway widths that are constructed. So this is a bit of a conceptual plan. If there's enough space between those driveways, then you would get parking there as well.
Okay. No, I've just been on here a long enough time, so we get a lot of complaints that there's no room for the ambulance or the garbage truck or the moving vehicle to come in to deliver my furniture. And I was just doing my due diligence to make sure that I asked the right questions to get what I think are the right answers. So thank you. Hello?
Councillor Thiessen, is your hand up again? Or still?
Yeah, no, my hand's up again. I brought it down. I have one last question, if I may.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Rossler, I asked administration earlier in regards to the size of the rezoning, the lot of land, so the RC to DC 32. Is the plan and intention, if this amendment were to go through today, to fill that up with the same types of housing throughout there in that Bearland condominium secondary suite style, to fill that whole land up?
Yeah, the intention would be to construct. I mean, it does leave it open. So again, this is a concept, but so for example, we've got some semi-detached units constructed here. So this would allow us to do that kind of in multiple locations if we desired, or switch these semi-detached to single family. But yeah, the intention is to leave it flexible, I guess, is the best answer. So that whether it's semi-detached or single family units, all would allow secondaries as discussed. So, but I can't speak as to how many would be constructed in there. Currently, secondaries are in fairly high demand, so I would expect a fairly high percentage of them within the development. Yeah.
So I guess I know you kind of already answered it, but I'm going to ask anyways because there's a thought in my head. But on a full build out, how many units do you think would be fit in this area?
I believe it's about 160. So one of the questions or the comments that we did deal with was traffic with the city. There's not really a good predictor out there of how many people live in a secondary suite. So we kind of expected the worst and assumed that it's not a full house. It's generally a family wouldn't live in a secondary. But so based on that, we kind of did most of our engineering based on an increased population from what we have currently, which was still not a concern. The lots are quite large, actually. They were constructed that way with the intent of putting manufactured homes on them. So the density in relation to a city development, the lots are 10 to 20% larger. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. That is all council questions for you, Mr. Rossler. Thank you for coming tonight. I will now ask if there is anyone else here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. If so, I'll give you a bit of time to get to the delegation table. If you happen to be online, please turn your camera on. All right, I will ask a third time if there's anyone else here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. If so, please make your way to the presentation table or turn your camera on online.
Perfect. Sure.
Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. If you're in the council chambers, please turn Councillor Phil, if you mute your camera, please. If you're in the council chambers, please make your way forward to the delegation table If you're online, please turn your camera on. I'll ask a second time, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-168? No one moving. I will just ask a third time to be sure. There's no one here to speak in opposition of this Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Seeing none, I will close this public hearing and look to business arising. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-168, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. There is no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Connor.
Are we missing somebody? Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote?
In favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-168.
This is the motion as second reading. An opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll just check with Councillor Blackmore before I move on. Councillor Blackmore?
I will support the motion.
All right. Call the question. Please vote. And that carries 8-1. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-168 at this meeting.
So in order for this to pass, in order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-168, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw. And just to speak to this, I know there's lots of concerns about parking, snow removal. I have all those concerns from driving through this area as well. But as it is a condominium project, like a lot of condominiums and association groups that we have in the city that do those projects, I guess it's kind of sadly somewhat of a buyer beware at that point, and I hope that this development works out to the best intent. We're very short rental units, and so I urge us to support this motion.
Perfect. Thank you for those comments. That motion is in order. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Platt.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
This scrub's not working. In favor.
There we go. That carries 8-1, and that Land Use Bylaw Amendment is passed. Moving on to item number 15, delegation business. We have two delegations here this evening. Councillor Bressi, in regards to item 15.1.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Do you have a motion to make, it's a referral to committee motion when you think it's appropriate? I just would caution council as we're talking about this, that it's the way the Municipal Government Act sets it up is we're the politicians that make the laws, but it's not for us to interpret the laws and enforce them. And so I definitely do have concerns about this development. I've got worries about it, but I also want us to be very careful going forward with how we deal with it, because I'd hate for us to do something inadvertently that creates legal issues for the city in the future or limits any abilities we might have to respond. So just I caution council as we're talking about this to make sure that we're staying on the tracks that is appropriate on the MGA for us to stay on.
Perfect. Thanks for that. I'll come to you for business arising. I'll just see at this point if there's questions for administration, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, and it's interesting that Councillor Bressi brought up it's not our job to enforce it. So what enforcement is around my question. So if the intention, or this is already designated multifamily residential units, should the developer shift that without approval, what recourse does the city have once the building is already built?
And so because I can't see in the chambers, I'm thinking Mr. Johnson's there, but if not, I'll go to Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There are various enforcement opportunities in the land use bylaw, including issuing a stop order and fines for operation that is not consistent with a development permit.
Okay, and can I ask what those fines might be? Would they be a deterrent at all?
Mr. Johnson?
I think there's, through the mayor, I think there's, off the top of my head, I believe it sets a minimum and a maximum. However, it doesn't limit the frequency of the issuing of the fines. In my experience, when you send a letter or a stop order threatening enforcement action, it's encouraged to state your intentions with respect to your fine amounts and frequency. So I think there's sufficient latitude that it would be a deterrent.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And again, not necessarily saying that the developer is looking at doing that, but just the delegation, from what they kind of put forward, it does dance in that gray area. So I just needed a little bit of color to that gray area. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have a couple questions for administration. One, we know that the development permit's been issued, but has there been a building permit issued or is there been a building permit submitted at any time?
Through the
Mr.
mayor.
Johnson?
Through the mayor, the development permit has been approved, but building permits, I don't believe have been applied for, and I'm confident that they have not been issued.
Okay, thank you. And the delegations mentioned that we don't have any, our plans don't include any apartment hotel style buildings. Do we have anything on our in our bylaws that we can use to address that issue, or is that something that we need to look at right away?
The land use,
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, the land use bylaw contains two definitions that you would use to define the uses. One would be apartment building and one would be hotel. And depending on the nature of how it's operated, we would have to apply discretion and say that, so if it were operating on, say, like a nightly accommodation basis, then we would be taking the position that this is operating like a hotel, but it's been approved as an apartment. And so then the enforcement action would be based on operating as a use that you're not approved for.
And then my final question is, with 102 units in the building, it seems to me that the parking that is planned for that site is inappropriate. Is there sufficient parking there?
Through the mayor.
Mr. Johnson?
The proposed development meets all requirements of the land use bylaw, including number of units allowed, as well as required parking.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm just curious if somebody had a project like this and it was built out and they decided to make them into a bunch of VRBO units, do we have anything currently that would not allow that, or would that be something that the landlord could actually do in the city right now?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor. Currently, the city does not have a strategy for dealing with Airbnb and VRBO type accommodation. And I'm speculating, but I'm quite confident that if you were to go online, you would probably see a number of units around town in all forms, single detached dwellings, semi-detached, condos, apartment buildings, and what have you available on those websites. Previous direction was to not take enforcement action on these matters, as so far to date, it hasn't generated any complaints or problems that we're aware of. However, in this instance, if it were to operate as it was initially marketed, it was giving the impression that 100% of the units would be operating like that, in which case I think that administration would be in a pretty good position to take enforcement action based on the idea that the entire development is operating as a hotel as opposed to an apartment building. If it were a matter of, say, just a regular 4-story apartment building and 5 out of the 100 units were operating as Airbnb, currently the city doesn't have a strategy in that regard.
Okay, and just if I can, Mayor Clayton, Mr. Johnson, you had mentioned that there hasn't been a building permit yet, so I'm just wondering, all this conversation could be for nothing tonight. It's good to hear that, people are upset about it, and not good to hear about it, but I understand why they're upset about it. But if this project doesn't go ahead, or if it did come to building permit, would council have another chance to weigh in on this at building permit stage at all? And I'm also wondering if they switched the intent and it was a park hotel, is it under a different building code than what a multifamily would be?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, as the status of the existing development, there is no reason why this would be returning to council in any way, including extension of development permits or issuance of a building permit. So that's the first question. The second question with respect to building codes, that's a good question, and I'd have to talk to my colleagues in the Inspection Services Department to determine if they operated as a hotel, if different building code requirements would apply. I suspect that they would, but I'm not an expert in that field, so I can't comment.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Jones.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So currently, this development permit expires in July, so in 5 months' time. What is the likelihood if say tomorrow they put a building permit out that it would meet the July 2023 timeframe?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I think it's entirely possible they could meet the timelines.
Okay. And my second question is, you said potentially, if it's 100% where they're running it like a hotel, is there any way that this organization could manipulate the system? And because there was bigger suites that I noticed in the package, could they say those were apartments and therefore stay under the use of an apartment building versus an apartment?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, admittedly, there's definitely a gray area in there. I'm not sure how to specifically answer that question, but I think certainly the materials that the residents are concerned over are based on the entire building operating or a good portion of it operating as an apartel.
Right. I certainly see a big loophole there, which would put them in the dynamics of what the development permit was existing as. But I guess the percentage of, actual apartments in the bigger units versus the small little 460-foot units is the question. And I wonder, for us, is there maybe is there an avenue for council, if we so decide, to look into this type of lodging and decide whether we could move ahead or against it now that this development permit has been issued?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I guess I'll break that up into a few different responses. One, council is the ultimately the author of the land use bylaw. It's adopted by council. And so, yes, it is possible that the LUB could be amended to address all sorts of short-term rental accommodations that would fall into the Airbnb and VRBO categories. I have.
Okay, so even though that, so they cannot grandfather it in if we decide to change or amend it.
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I think you're touching on whether or not, because the development permit's been issued under an apartment building, would we be able to enforce new definitions that we introduce in, say, a month or two? Admittedly, I'm not entirely sure about our ability, or if there would be a grandfathering of that development permit or not, or if we would be able to apply the land use bylaw of the day regardless of the land use bylaw at the time that the development permit was originally issued.
Agreed. I see that there is not a clear answer on that one. I would be curious to know what that is.
Any further questions for administration? Seeing none, Councillor Bressie, you had some business arising?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move that council direct administration to report to the appropriate standing committee with opportunities to regulate apartels in the city of Grande Prairie and information regarding the development referenced by the delegation. And just to speak to this, it's got two sides of it. One, these kinds of developments are interesting. I haven't contemplated what they should look like in Grande Prairie right now, although I'm skeptical that they're compatible being right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So I would like to have more conversations about these types of developments going forward. I'm specific in the motion in terms of, I'm saying apartels, and by that I mean buildings that have multiple of these short stay units. I don't think I'm personally interested right now in wading into Airbnbs in somebody's secondary suite or the one or two that are in a neighborhood, those kind of small scale ones. But definitely, I think big scale accommodations like this, we should be wading into, and I'd like to see what the opportunities for that are. And then I'm being careful with my direction for what I'm asking for with this particular development, because like I said, it is that difficult thing about what's an appropriate role, not appropriate role for us. And I don't want us to overstep something and get ourselves into legal problems that we're not intending. So I want to leave it with administration to figure out what is appropriate information to bring back to us if we are concerned about this. So I hope the council will support this motion.
Great. That motion is in order. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm in support of the motion. I'm just curious if Councillor Bressie or somebody has an idea, or maybe administration. In the meantime, if I'm understanding correctly, there's a development permit in. If administration is working on this and he goes ahead and says, I'm ready to start building and going, I don't know what this gets to right now. I guess, and I appreciate we're getting some homework done. So I'm asking Councillor Bressie if there's another motion coming around this specific property, or if it's just about this information for now.
Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, for me, I do include information for this property in the motion because I don't know what the development permit timelines are. I don't know what is there an appropriate and legal place that council can touch this. And so for me, I'm not comfortable wading into more than just asking for information in the first council meeting we're touching this, since it, like I said, there could be legal implications here.
All right. Any further comments or questions on the motion?
I have
Councillor,
one, Mayor Clayton.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah.
wondering if Mr. Johnson could tell me how long it would take to move forward on, how long would it take to get this back in front of a standing committee? And is it a short enough time frame that we can address the issue before it becomes an issue? It's already an issue, but...
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, to respond to Councillor Bressy's motion, we can certainly report back to committee within, I would say, 6 weeks, possibly less. However, for creating, and we could run processes concurrently if we were anticipating there being some amendments. Typically LUB amendments, by the time we do some research and figure out a strategy and whatnot, that could be in the neighborhood of 2 to 3 months.
Okay. I have always taken the position that neighborhoods have the right to determine what takes place in their neighborhood and what gets built in their neighborhood. People who've already made the investment to live in a neighborhood have the right and should be expected to be able to determine what their neighborhood looks like both then and in the future. And so I really hope that we do move forward on this fairly quickly. One of the things that really concerns me that was not discussed tonight about this building becoming a possible apartment hotel is the fact that it's across the street from all of our children who go to school there, our children who go to the Eastlink Center to swim, our children who play football in the fields. And I really feel that having a transient community straight across the street is a detriment to that neighborhood and to our kids. So it's a big concern to me, and I hope that we can take action to prevent this from happening. However, I do also applaud the neighborhood for saying that they are okay with the idea of it being an apartment building, particularly if it's an apartment building that fits the nature of their community, which is a fairly high-end luxury neighborhood. And so I congratulate the neighborhoods for not saying, not in our backyard under any circumstance, but for being very open and communicative about what they feel this building may become and what they don't want it to become. So I will support Councillor Bressy's motion, and I hope that we can move it forward at more than a snail pace. Thanks.
Further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Scribe just crashed. Councillor Berg in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Berg.
Councillor Bosch?
In favor. Sorry, it crashed.
Councillor Bosch in favor. That carries unanimously. We'll just ask to see, Council, if there's any other business arising from this delegation. Seeing none, item 15.2. Mr. Bidne came to Council tonight to talk about a therapy rooster. Seeing nobody from Council, Councillor Bressie.
At this time, I'd received this report for information, and I would just note that we did have another delegation talking about urban hens a while ago with the report coming to committee. So if somebody does have an appetite to touch this, there already is a natural place on our outstanding items list to touch this if we're so inclined.
That motion is in order. Councillor Bosch, did you have a comment or question of debate on the motion?
Sorry. I don't know. Maybe we could find out in this information gathering about a, this type of animal being used for therapy, and if there's rules and regulations around that as well. You can say it doesn't mean it follows in the criteria of actually being one. I think that we have to look at that as well.
So, Councillor Bosch, was that a question for administration, or were you?
Well, I believe Councillor Bressie was asking for more information on how.
Oh, he made a motion. Councillor Bressie made a motion.
Mm-hmm. On how this can be handled. Yes, and so I would just hope that information could be included. That's all.
No, sorry. When the motion to receive it for information means we listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he asked for more information.
No. So if you have a question for administration in relation to this motion, please feel free. If not, then I'll just come to any other business arising. If you want to see more than this, I would speak against this motion and suggest you try to find 4 friends to get it defeated and put forward a different motion.
Can I ask administration a question then?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what is there for bylaws about having roosters? Clearly, we were earlier told that you can't. So what are the chances of letting this, go through as a therapy animal? And is there any kind of information as a therapy animal?
You kind of answered some of your own question, but the rest I will look to Mr. Johnson, because I think that's whose hand is up.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Wait, my apologies. Mr. Lemieux.
Yes, so we do have our animal and responsible pet ownership bylaws. That's very clear on this. There's a company document on urban hens and guidelines and procedures, and it's very clear in that procedure that roosters are not permitted. So it's very, very clear. I believe this gentleman has spoken to Enforcement Services and was advised of that, and that's maybe why he's speaking to council. On the question of therapy animals like roosters, certainly we'll have to research that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions for administration before I call a question on Councillor Bressie's vote? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. So now we will go to council member reports, and I'm going to start with Councillor Blackmore.
Well, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to talk specifically about the Peace Health Advisory Council meeting that I attended on January 24th. We did get a report from AHS regarding attraction and retention of doctors, physicians specifically in Grande Prairie. And I can tell you that we have some good news to share with you. We have Dr. Joseph Labouchagny, my French is obviously poor, who started in Grande Prairie Emergency on December 11th. And we have a pediatrician who started today, in fact, Dr. Priscilla Afari, who's here from Ghana. We are expecting a radiation specialist to arrive. He may be here. I'm not quite sure about that. It was Dr. Jonathan Greenspan. And we have an oncoming doctor, Dr. Kevin Whitlock, who will start here on March the 6th. And that's interesting because he is coming back to Grande Prairie after having done part of his residency here and chose this hospital because he really enjoyed his time. So while we're still short of doctors and we're still short of other healthcare professionals, know that the program in looking for doctors and finding healthcare professionals is working hard and is finding some success. Of course, we're not competing just with our own community. We're competing with hospitals from across Canada who are all short-staffed. So it's a struggle, but I'm optimistic that things are going to continue to improve. So that would be all I want to talk about tonight.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore, and thank you for your work on that committee. I'll go just according to my screen. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'm recent addition to the Peace Library System Board, and I'd asked for a tour of their building and their systems, and did that tour and was very impressed with how they handle their process. And it's a beautiful building, although it's many years old. It's just a very nice design, flows really well, and so I really enjoyed that tour. So thanks to all the staff at the Peace Library System for the warm welcome. And went to a business cocktail event with the Edmonton Airport administration, and we talked about trying to get some more flights to Edmonton. And looking at the airport board today, it looked like we only had one flight to Edmonton out of the 6 today. So I hope we can work together and find some success there to get some more flights to Edmonton on a daily basis.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bird. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess my highlights will be the ICSC conference that I attended as well with Mayor Clayton and a couple of city staff. International Conference for Shopping Centers, as the real term. But it was nice to see a bunch of REITs and talk to businesses that were very excited about the market. Again, it's been a while since I've been at a conference, and it was just nice to hear some excitement, specifically on Alberta, and I think there was some really good buzz around Grande Prairie. So it's encouraging when you hear the news like nautical not happening, that there is news bubbling around there of other things that are going to happen, maybe not as on the biggest scale as that, but there is things in the works. So it was encouraging to hear.
Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Councillor Keith.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple of committee business items that I'll speak to here. First things first, on January 27th, we had a meeting at the Grand Spirit Foundation. Inside of that, we discussed updating some of our policies as well as our general manager's review and compensation package. So that one all went without a hitch. One of the policies we looked into, similar to the therapy rooster, actually, I did a Google search. There are therapeutic roosters in the world, especially in North America. There's a couple. But we discussed the pet policy and the visitation guidelines. Ultimately, the board decided to keep our pet policy, which is no pets, and we allowed visitations to sit in our policies as well. So pets can come visit, but they can't stay. Is one issue there. We also received a letter of correspondence from the MD of Greenview saying that they had made some land available for future seniors housing builds for people in the Grovedale area. So that was nice to see. And we also went over our senior survey from our 360 review, and that was good. Just something to make note of, there's a conference heading up for the Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association of Alberta. That is on April 3rd to 5th at the Edmonton Convention Centre. So I know that at least Councillor Bressie said that he was interested in taking an ASHA conference. So that'll be happening there. Super early bird is still available, but closing soon. Next, on February 1st, I had a meeting with the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance. Mostly at that meeting, we went over our technical committee and our nominations committee stuff as we are into the new year and looking to recruit again. I think my term is coming up, so I probably will require a letter from the mayor saying that she still approves, or council still approves of my appointment to the board. But largely, we discussed the board retreats. We spoke with our facilitator on things ranging from our state of the watershed, which we have to start reviewing here in the next year or two, which has already begun, so that we can update it at the 10-year plan point, as well as our integrated watershed management plan and our strategic plan, all things that we will discuss at the board retreat. Also, something to note, the early bird, I guess the registration is up for February 8th here, but on February 15th and 16th here in Grande Prairie, the Mighty Peace Watershed in association with the Athabasca Watershed and the Slave River Watershed Council will be hosting a conference on water management in the boreal Alberta forests. So there will be lots of great speakers at dinner, and this will be covered over 2 days. And if you know anybody in the watershed and water management or even farming business, by all means, send them this way. It should be a good conference to attend here locally. And with that being said, that is all I have for my committee meetings and what's coming up next. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thies and Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple of things to add. Many of the council members met with the county council members as we discussed regional priorities and building relationships. So that was a great evening to get together and look at the region as a whole, and try to get more people here in regards to staff and skilled and unskilled labor. Additionally, we went to a streetlight workshop, which that's a first for me, but that was very interesting. And with technology coming in the future, there's a ton of stuff that could be possibilities, even with streetlights. And then looking forward to the Growing the North conference upcoming here on the 22nd and 23rd. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My apologies. I had not only lost battery on both my iPad and my iPhone, and the lights won't work in this room. But whatever. All of the things that were mentioned, I have went to all those events, and that's all I have to report.
Thanks so much. Sorry to hear you're in the dark. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I attended the chamber budget discussion, and Minister Trick Taves was the presenter and spoke about the future of Alberta and the savings that the province has made. I also attended the city-county supper meeting. The Grande Prairie Combative Sports Commission, we had our meeting, and we will be coming to council in probably the next 2 weeks with some amendments that we were going to make. It's just in with administration right now, wordsmithing the motions to make sure that everything that we need to cover is done in one swoop. I attended the Power Wheelchair Soccer check presentation. The Rotary Club of Friday's Rotary donated $10,000, and that will buy one wheelchair. So these individuals that are wheelchair bound can play wheelchair soccer throughout Canada, and we just need 2 more chairs. So if you've got any $10,000 in your pocket, that would cover another one. What else? We attended the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and the cheerleaders event will be a virtual one where it'll be past recipients that'll talk for maybe 30 seconds to a minute on what they found was difficult, or they didn't realize that the skill set or the ability is challenging. And so one of the questions is, what challenges did you face spending half a day or a day in a wheelchair? And that'll be coming out. And the rest has already been talked about. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bressie.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. The 2 things I'll highlight is I attended an Alberta Municipalities Board meeting, and we had Minister Schultz come and visit us, and she gave us 2 hours of her time, which was very much appreciated. And it was a really good dialogue. I think that I definitely left impressed with her and appreciative of the conversation. And it wasn't just because she said yes to everything, although I would love that too, but really appreciated the frank and open 2-way dialogue that we got to have with her. So appreciated her for that. We also got to meet with all the new top leadership for EMS in the province and hear about how some of the recommendations that have been made for EMS reform are going forward, and optimistic that there's going to be some change in that system coming down really soon, which will be good for our residents. And we spent a lot of time preparing for the President's Summit, which will be talking about how we can better enable municipal collaboration across Alberta. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'd encourage all of you to join me at it. So the other thing I'll update is I attended the Youth Advisory Council meeting. At this meeting, we had to appoint the chair of Youth Advisory Council and a few other executive positions. And it was an exciting meeting because we had to run elections for all of those. There were multiple members of the council that wanted to serve in all the executive positions. So that was exciting to see that passion and excitement there. The new chair, Grace Larson, I got to meet with her and Mayor Clayton. So really appreciate Mayor Clayton giving Ms. Larson some time. And it was great just to be a fly on the wall and hear those two talk about how Youth Advisory Council can have more say in our community and how we can set them up to become better leaders of tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that group's going to do over the next year.
Did I miss anybody? It's hard to say. They've shuffled around a bit. Okay, everybody's good? So I'll just go through mine. Many of the events have already been mentioned. I did have the opportunity to read during Literacy Week at Ivy Macklin as well as Riverstone. It's always a great opportunity when you get to go to a school. And typically when you go, for us, it's, grade 5, 6 when they talk about socials. So this is kind of fun because you didn't get different age groups and it was a great opportunity to get in the classroom. So thank you for the teachers and the principals that invited myself and some of my colleagues. Also had the opportunity to meet with Minister Milligan, who came with his chief of staff and members of administration from the provincial government to talk about opportunities in regards to mental health in our community. We know it's something we talk about on a regular basis, and it was a very thorough conversation addressing opportunities and also addressing some areas of concern and what we can do collaboratively with the province to find some solutions in regards to capacity and mental health in our city and in our region. As mentioned, we had a EIA, Edmonton International Airport event, so thank you to them for inviting us. I had the opportunity to have dinner with their CEO following that, to have a conversation even more finite about opportunities between Edmonton and Grande Prairie in regards to air travel and various other topics. That was a good conversation. I was invited to attend the Edmonton Chamber Ball. I hadn't been to the event in about 3 years because I hadn't had one in person since then, I don't think. So it was a great event at the conference center and a good opportunity to talk to various people, including Mayor Nenshi, MP Boissonneau, various other elected officials in the room. So it was a very worthwhile evening. I attended with members of our senior leadership team a shareholder meeting with Aquaterra, where we sort of laid out with the new chair what the next year ahead looks in regards to meeting schedules and opportunities for discussion and opportunities for candid conversations on our asset. Our shares in Aquaterra are significant, and it's a valuable asset, and I think it's nice to see the conversations lend to an open and collaborative sort of approach in regards to that investment. So thank you to Aquaterra for arranging that. Had the opportunity to have a call with the new public affairs individual for this region from CN, addressed with her some of the concerns that council hears in regards to rail crossing, whistleblowing, whistle succession, and she will arrange through our manager of intergovernmental affairs a meeting for all of council. So stay tuned to see that on your calendar coming up. Also, thank you to Councillor Bressie. He may say he was on a fly on a wall with the meeting with Chair Grace, but as you know, Councillor Bressie's never really a fly on the wall. So it was a good meeting. And so that brings me to an opportunity. I know Councillor Bosch sits on that committee as well, but to all of my council, they sit on many various community committees and above and beyond the other work we do. And I think that brings a really great value to the conversation at the table. So thank you to council for the work that they do in that regard. I had the opportunity to take our new Chief Investment Officer, Jeff Harrop, as well as our new Chief of Staff, Janet McEachran, to a series of meetings that are going to sort of substantiate. But the first one was with stakeholders in industry, so NWP and Aquaterra, as well as Masqua, the medical people, representatives from forestry and energy. It was a very nice small group roundtable and an opportunity for both of those new chiefs to meet stakeholders in our community. So thank you for all the stakeholders that were able to attend. As mentioned before, I sit on the Mid-Sized City Mayors caucus executives. So we've recently had a conversation about where we see engaging other municipalities, councils, not just the municipalities that are currently engaged, but how is there an opportunity to engage our councils? And we came to the decision that we will have a summit in January of next year, so that it's not, it doesn't put anybody in a position to have to choose between Alberta municipalities and mid-sized cities. It's an opportunity for councillors to be able to hear a solely focused mid-sized city story, as well still 10 Alberta municipalities where you hear a full representation of urban municipalities from across the province. So that was a good meeting, and as well attended with many community stakeholders, a meeting with Masqua stakeholders for some exciting things on their horizon that I think you'll hear more about lately in regards to healthcare attraction, retention, training of doctors, everything that is on people's radar this currently that we hear about on a regular basis. So very positive conversations. I look forward to hearing more from them. That is my report. So I really want to thank everyone for, I know this wasn't the easiest meeting for administration and those of you in chambers to facilitate with those of us online. So thank you to everyone that is in the chambers for your work today. Thank you to all of you online for being patient as I try to tear through this little bit of chaos. But anyways, enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.